Match here between Essex and Leicestershire. The weather at the moment is cloudy. It's not as nice as it was first thing this morning when it was very, very pleasant. But there is a forecast possibly of showers this morning and then dry for the rest of the day. Slightly warmer than yesterday, around about 16 degrees. I'm Nick Ledhill, and Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is with me, and Roshan Alam will be again with us a little bit later on. But the match situation: Leicestershire 333, Essex 281 for 8, and an unbroken stand for the 9th wicket, which is so far worth a little matter of 74 between Vian Mulder, his Essex best 70, and Simon Harmer, one of the form batsmen of the season, 33 not out. Good morning to Richard.
Morning, Nick. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. 16 degrees, a little warmer. It is a lot warmer because that Arctic breeze that has really taken the edge off the temperatures has dropped, and it's a thoroughly pleasant, at the moment anyway, day to watch county cricket.
The possibility of showers this morning, but as Richard was just hinting there, much more pleasant than yesterday, I have to say. I was almost surprised that we played as long as we did. I was about 20 miles to the west, and it was a rotten afternoon for mid-May. I mean, it was pretty gloomy, it was chilly, and actually we seemed to be the only game that had completely survived the weather in the first 5 sessions, but not surprising, our luck ran out. But I think we did quite well to get as much play as we did.
Agreed, and it is nicely balanced, thanks in no small part to Messrs Mulder and Harmer. Obviously huge contributions earlier in the day from Charlie Allison, but particularly Jamie Porter, whose maiden first-class 50 saw the night watchman occupy the entirety of the morning and really frustrate Leicestershire. I had a chat to Ben Mike, who picked up 3 wickets for the Foxes last night, and he said, yeah, if we'd got that extra wicket, if we'd broken that partnership between Porter and Allison, it could have been really interesting. 39 for 4 and really put Essex under proper pressure, but Porter batted well, brilliantly really, and thoroughly deserved the standing ovation he got from the Ambassador Cruise Line ground when he went past 50. Well, he got a pretty good ovation when he went past his previous first-class best of 34, but the crowd stood as one, and so did the balcony and his teammates when he went past 50.
Yeah, it's quite extraordinary that that should happen. One of the things that you might not have predicted for this season was a Jamie Porter personal best with the bat and a maiden first-class 50, but that happened in curious circumstances. And actually, Essex, as you were saying, Richard, really needed it, because it's fair to say that the strategy with the 2 night watchers didn't appear necessarily to be working, with wickets going at the other end of the front-line batters. But Porter rescued it in combination with Charlie Allison, and then after another little flurry of wickets, we've had this partnership between Harmer and Mulder. Mulder having a very good game against his old side, which sometimes does happen, doesn't it? And he's ending this sequence of championship
law of the X, the Italians call it.
Right. He's ending this sequence of championship games in fine form, and of course he just had to go back to South Africa for personal reasons in April, but he's come back and he's been in pretty good form and played very well here. So it is cloudy, there's a bit of brightness around. Crowd, I would say, is sort of smallish by Chelmsford standards. I mean, you look across to the public seats and there's very few people there away to the left, but the game is very nicely poised, and I think hopefully it's going to progress in an interesting way. It could be that Essex bat past Leicestershire and put them under pressure. It could be that Leicestershire wrap up these 2 pretty quickly and get a lead of 30 or 40, or something in between, and we've got parity, Richard.
Umpire Pratt has just waved the new ball wildly at the scorers. So Leicestershire, who were, well, they could have taken it last night, but if they had, they would have had to bowl Ajas Patel and very gentle stuff with it. So they didn't. They said, no, if we're going to take it, we want to bowl our fast bowlers, and we all trooped off. But it was almost dark by then.
So the deficit is 52, and the stand so far worth 74 for the 9th wicket. But it's a pretty good 9th wicket pair, I think it's fair to say, as Is Green coming into bowl? It's outside the off stump and left alone with no shot offered from Mulder, who'll be looking to play himself in again, 70 from 112 balls. And Simon Harmer, what a season he's having with the bat. Of course, got runs, very important runs in the last championship game against Hampshire. And that was 80 not out, and got runs against Hampshire early in the season, of course. 281 for 8. Green from the Graham Gooch end bowls, and that's driven, and just a slight misfield there at cover. That's going to go away for 2 runs. Looks like fielder may have just dived over that one a little bit, Ian Holland, and 2 runs go to a total, and Essex are underway at 283 for 8. So 2 slips with backward point, mid off and mid on, a wideish mid wicket. There'll be a fine leg just down out of our sight, and there's a deep cover in front of the pavilion with quite threatening clouds overhead, as this is a delivery which is a useful one from Green, which Mulder just comes half forward to it and just traps the ball down into the ground. I'm sure it didn't hit anywhere near the middle of the bat. It rolls up towards Tattersall at mid wicket, and there's no run. 283 for 8. Breeze, but not the cold breeze of yesterday. A pleasant one. It's Green bowls again, and that's driven away nicely, and that's gone away past mid-off and goes away for 4 to the deep extra cover boundary. Lovely shot that. Slightly overpitched and driven away with very sweet timing. And Bjorn Mulder, 76. Is he going to get 100 in his Essex stint? He's not too far away now. 287 for 8. Leicestershire would very much like to strike early, separate these two. Got a pretty useful number 11 in Shane Snater, of course, to deal with. Here's Green from the Graham Gooch end, up to the wicket. He bowls. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a good one with the new ball, and it's play and a miss for Mulder. That one just getting a bit of lift and going through the Cox, and Mulder just goes for a walk towards where a short leg would be. And then just with short strides makes his way back to the crease. 287 for 8. 6 runs added on this third morning. Cloudy skies, and Green coming in once more to bowl, and that's a pull shot without timing, and it goes down towards that fine leg fielder for a single. So a profitable first over from Mulder. 288 for 8, and starting closing on Leicestershire's 333. All the runs for Mulder in that over. He's gone to 77, and Harmer is 33. 288 for 8.
Leicestershire skipper Ian Holland will share the new ball with Ben Green. He's going to be bowling from the Alistair Cook end of the ground. The River Can behind us. Bowls a loosener to Ben Mike, who's at mid-on. Hull is at mid-off. The 2 Patels, first and second slip. Sweepers out, both sides of the boundary, and as ever a third man and a long leg. Mulder twiddles the bat in his hand, looks around him, sees Holland ready to go. Steps into place. Holland wanders in and bowls, stays low, was going down the leg side probably. It thumped into pad around about shin high. He wasn't far forward. Had it been straight, it wouldn't have been too tricky, but there's a sort of grin on Ian Holland's face and an indication with his right hand as he walks back past umpire Long that he was aware it was likely going down the leg side, but had to ask. Holland turns in, bowls, fullish again. Mulder forward, it swings in a little bit, and thick inside part of the bat sees Mulder squeeze it into the square leg, or in front of square. Eskenazi has to come in from that sort of mid-wicket square leg boundary area, and Mulder takes 1, moves on to 78, 289 for 8. 11 more for another batting bonus point for Essex. Harmer does a little dance. They were, as they have done each morning, they were having a warm-up game of football. Essex in front of the press box before the start. In goes Holland and bowls, squares up at Harmer a little bit. He was looking to initially to push that on the onside, and it squirted out rather into the offside. But Harmer was in goal, as he tends to be, preferring not to run around too much. Driven shot, absolutely smacked into him, and he was down on his haunches, holding his left hand and his left wrist for a good minute. Leicestershire don't play football anymore, for precisely that reason really. Holland bowls outside off stump, and Harmer proffers a somewhat limp bat on the back foot. It goes past the outside edge, and well, Harmer could be an absolutely critical figure over the next 2 days of this game, although what turn there's been on the pitch has been a little bit, well, quote, a little bit, very slow. The batsmen have been able to play spinners off the pitch for the most part. But if he'd injured himself playing football,
yes,
it would have been, well, and he did to a certain extent. He would, you know, the physio came and made him move his wrist up and down. In goes Holland and bowls. Good length delivery just outside off stump. Harmer deals with it, a fraction uncertainly, pushes it out to point.
Well, it's happened before, hasn't it? Injuries in the warm-ups, and certainly not what Essex would want.
Well, there are some good footballers among the Essex side, and they take
Probably
it
too
fairly,
good.
yeah, they take it pretty seriously, and yeah, and it's supposed, I suspect, to be non-contact, but there was plenty of contact out there, including in tackles. In goes Holland and bowls. Harmer again is squared up. He wasn't aiming to push it past extra cover, but that's where the ball has gone. Hull trots across from mid-off to cover behind the reaching Tattersall, who didn't get there. Throws in, and Harmer picks up a slightly fortuitous couple, but he is up and running for the day. He moves on to 35 at Essex after 2 overs, on to 291 for 8.
Well, my first broadcast from this commentary box this season, because I've been on the road so far, and we've got far more wires than I've ever seen before, but it's been sort of making sure that they're not all overlapping and trying to keep them in reasonable order. But I think we've just about done it. But
well, good old Dick had a sort of video
yes,
of and it took a while.
It reminded me a
his
bit
heart,
of Northampton.
He
You know
followed it.
Northampton.
Yes.
You know, when you go in there and normally a few things to untangle. 291 for 8 as Green comes into bowl, and that's just played by Mulder, just a little back foot force up towards Holland at mid-off. So we've got this cloud cover and say forecast of showers.
There's something horrible heading our way.
Yeah,
away to where the weather's been coming from.
That's right.
Sort of southwest.
A heavier cloud is over the pavilion and the executive boxes. There are showers in the forecast tomorrow as well, and then of course we're going to see this miraculous transformation from spring to summer in the middle of the week. It's always a beauty from Green, which beats Mulder outside the off stump on the forward shot. So definitely hint of a little bit with the new ball here, and Leicestershire will be very keen to get this wicket, get Snater in, and try and get some sort of lead, because you just get the feeling that there's going to be enough on offer with this cloud cover and the new ball and the odd delivery like that to keep the bowlers interested. 2 slips waiting as Green bowls, and that's just a little bit of movement into Mulder. He just plays it away out towards Tattersall, the Yorkshireman, former Yorkshireman, who comes round from mid-wicket to square leg.
Still a Yorkshireman.
Yeah, well, he's still, yeah.
Still a Yorkshire player.
That's right. How long is he with Leicestershire for then?
Oh, 3-year contract.
Yeah.
So he'll be here until, at least, theoretically, 2028.
2 slips waiting, and Green bowls Again, this is flicked away nicely into a gap at square leg, and Tattersall this time has to run round from mid-wicket and just beats the fine leg coming in from the boundary and can't prevent the single. So 292 for 8, 11 runs added on this overcast morning with, I say, a smallish crowd. You can tell that because actually there's a bit of the Tom Pearce stand that's cordoned off, which probably just reduces the numbers a little bit more. But so it doesn't look as many as normal, but I think those that are here are reasonably tightly packed in that area, but not too many in the public seats away to our left. Here's Green again, bowls, that's outside the off stump and too far to interest Harmer, who's had this remarkable campaign so far with the bat, and he's yet to produce sort of, if you like, a sort of real match-winning performance with the ball. We're so used to seeing that, I'm sure will come, but it's curious the way that he sort of started this season, very much with sort of an equal amount of success with bat and ball. He really has shown his capabilities, being in great form. As here he gets one which takes him on the pad, I think, and just rolls away into the onside. Wait for the confirmation from the umpire, who's about to just prod his right knee now, signalling one leg by, and it means that this time Harmer will keep the strike, and he's on 35, 2 added for him this morning, 9 for Mulder, 79 for him, 293 for 8, 40 behind, and yes, Harmer, as you'd expect, were off spinner in April, doesn't tend to sort of have a very fast start to the season with the ball, and that's usual because it doesn't tend to be favourable conditions for the finger spinner, but he's had a tremendous start with the bat.
He has a very unfussy style with bat in hand. He's eliminated all the fripperies, so to speak, all the gestures. In goes Holland and bowls to him. You heard the no as he, more or less on the back foot, sort of leaning a little bit forward, dropped it away into the offside. The new man, Nick Kelly, fielding at point, ran into field, 55 on his back. New Zealander, I guess so, with his handful of ODI caps, you can call him a New Zealand international, not first class, hasn't played a test match yet. Wellington opener, be keen to impress on unexpected debut. Bowled! Holland has bowled Harmer behind his legs. Well, he stepped across and looked to work it into the onside. He punches the bat in annoyance. It swung a little bit, or maybe moved a fraction back in off the seam, and he'd gone a touch too far. It beat the attempted leg glance, or attempt to work it into the leg side, and thumped fairly centrally into the leg stump, knocked it out of the ground, and that is a big bonus for Leicestershire, and a great partnership comes to an end. Harmer goes for 35, bowled Holland. He stepped right across. We could actually see on the replay all 3 stumps. So, having said he eliminated all the fripperies, he rather played something of a part in getting himself out there.
Not
Simon
sure.
Harmer.
I mean, that sort of seems to pitch round about middle and off, just sort of went on with the arm, didn't it? It was he sort of just got completely inside the line of it and left the leg stump open once he'd not managed to make any contact. So yeah, I'm not surprised. He's slightly annoyed with himself because the way he's played this season, he'd probably regard that as a fairly soft dismissal on his part, because he has played so well. But a useful breakthrough for Leicestershire with the new ball. There was just a hint that there might be something in it for them in that in the overs we've seen so far, and these are pretty good bowling conditions at the moment. The deficit is 40, so Snater, very capable number 11, coming in to join Vian Mulder, who might possibly get stranded, but
well, he's got a proper job to do, Snater, hasn't he? First of all, to make sure that Essex pick up this extra batting bonus point at least, and then to get Mulder to the 100 that he deserves, really. So a little bit on this, but he is not a number 11.
No, his natural game is very aggressive,
traditional sense of the word. So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this one. Holland is in and bowls to him, and that, well, frankly, was a little bit of a shot of a number 11, a sort of indeterminate jab outside off stump as it drifts through to Cox, and well, that may have been a little bit of nervousness on the part of Steve Snater. He's gotten away with it anyway. Yes, one of the worries when Essex used the 2 night watchers was that
Well, Harmer might be stranded at number 10. It turned out he's made 35 and got out himself. And also Snater, who's pretty good, might be stranded himself.
Holland is in. Bowls to Snater, who stays on the back foot, gets a thick inside edge, and it doesn't miss the off stump. Any of the stumps, in fact, but particularly the off stump, by very much at all. And Ben Cox runs across to his left of field as it begins to run down towards fine leg. And Mulder wanders down and perhaps suggests to Snater he might want to think about getting on the front foot against Holland's relatively gentle offerings, but he does move it. Ian Holland, and has been pretty successful. In he goes and bowls, and again Snater is at least leaning forward, and it sort of hits the middle of the bat, but it's a very limp middle of the bat, and it bounces down and then again bounces backwards and again doesn't miss the stumps by very much. He's led something of a charmed life in the 3 balls he's faced so far.
Yes, that little bit of movement with the new ball, and it's causing quite a few problems here. Leicestershire want to wrap this up and get this lead, of 35 to 40. Were very useful.
Holland in, bowls. Snater plays and misses outside the off stump. No, he doesn't. He gets an edge. He's gone. Mulder is stranded. He stood and waited for the decision, but the celebrations went up. Holland picks up 2 wickets in the over. He finishes with 4 for 54. Mulder finishes 79, not out. They have that lead, Leicestershire, but I am not I don't think in a way that Essex will necessarily mind too much bowling quite early this morning, Nick, because as you've said, conditions very much in their favour with ball in hand.
Having said that, you're absolutely right. I think Leicestershire would have taken this because in a way got the feeling the sort of the bad light, the cessation of play yesterday probably suited Leicestershire a little bit more because that pair were very well established, and obviously they hadn't taken the new ball, and it was a question of how long they back off from that decision with the pair still out there. But it turned out that with the cessation of play yesterday and then taking the new ball first thing this morning, it's done the trick for Leicestershire, who have a useful lead of 40, but in what are good bowling conditions. So we'll be back in around about 10 minutes to tell you what happens when Leicestershire go out there for a second time. Well, welcome back. The umpire's just coming out. Still very overcast here at Chelmsford, and we've seen the end of the Essex first innings with a deficit of 40. And Ian Holland, who took the final 2 wickets, finishing with 4 for 54 in 18 overs, with the wickets falling, those of Simon Harmer, who basically got too far inside the line and lost his leg stump, to Holland for 35, and Shane Snater 4 balls later caught behind. Just as we've been saying that he might get stranded, well, actually didn't. He played a bit like a number 11. Unusual to see him at number 11, and he didn't quite manage to read Holland's deliveries with the new ball, with Holland just getting a little bit of movement. A very odd Essex innings in many ways, with Porter batting at number 3 and getting his maiden first-class 50, but a really excellent 72 from Charlie Addison. And Vian Mulder, we think this is likely to be his last championship match for Essex. 79 not out from 124 balls. With 9 fours, absolutely excellent. And Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester is with me. And Richard, you're thinking that job done by Leicestershire with the ball, but these are good bowling conditions for Essex.
They are. Those it's biblical clouds heading our way. There is lighter stuff behind them, but they're drifting over the ground at the moment. Umpires looking up uneasily, but at the moment no precipitation. But yes, absolutely ideal, really, in a way. Nice new ball. That said, heavy roller has been on, the old pitch killer, and it sometimes takes 3/4 of an hour or so for the effects thereof to wear off. It was the light roller earlier this morning before play started. Heavy roller now between innings. The cameraman down below us is donning his heavy coat, whether in anticipation or because it's got a little bit cold under the dark cloud, I'm not quite sure. But, well, Nick Kelly making an unexpected Leicestershire debut in mid-match. Has not come to the crease. That's Sol Budinger. So Kelly presumably will come in 3. It's Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger who've opened the batting. I was theorising that it would have to be Kelly as a like-for-like replacement, but apparently not, Nick.
Well, this is quite extraordinary in many respects. 3 slips waiting as Porter comes into bowl to Patel. It's outside the off stump and left alone. So we have Rishi Patel, formerly of Essex and born in Chigwell, went to Brentwood School, and we have Sol Budinger, who was born in Colchester. So what about that? Now, I would think it's been a while since we've had something like that happen before at this ground.
Sol didn't spend too long in Colchester, did he?
That is quite something. As Porter bowls, this is played a little bit of movement, but played comfortably enough by Patel, who didn't get in the runs in the first innings and probably felt he missed out in the morning session altogether on day 1. He just plays that one defensively up into the offside.
I haven't seen his family here, curiously. Always we have a chat when at Upton Steel Grace Road, always there and follow him all around the country, but I haven't seen Mum and Dad yet. They must be hiding with their eyes closed, I would imagine.
3 slips waiting, some trying to come through, and that one played with Patel, an angled bat. It's a nice stroke just away back of the square on the offside, gets a run. So Leicestershire building on a lead of 40. It's a useful lead, and a pitch which seems to be offering an even contest between bat and ball. Yes. And what they want to do is get a solid platform here.
I approve of leads that are round numbers.
It makes it easier for us.
Very much, indeed. Yeah.
I think we're playing just about everywhere, but of note already is the fact that young Tom Norton has struck again, the 18-year-old for Glamorgan, who got that hat-trick, that memorable hat-trick against Somerset, and he's got a really big wicket in Bo Webster. Can Glamorgan make it 3 in a row? Here is Porter bowling, and that's just played defensively from the crease back down the pitch by Budinger, and there's no run. So Warwickshire making a mess of their first innings, as they did in their last game, but of course they won that one against Yorkshire. But Webster out for 21, 151 for 7. The problem is they're 209 behind Glamorgan, who were in a very strong position in that game. Elsewhere in Division 1, Nottinghamshire 145 for 3 in reply to Hampshire's 214, and Surrey's 37 for 1. Yorkshire made 486, and this is played from the crease defensively up into the offside by Budinger, and there's no run. And Sussex 37 for 1. Basically, Somerset have got to bowl them out twice in 2 days. 37 for 1. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. Somerset declared at 5, 26 for 8. And Tom Abel continuing his fantastic form. I think he's second leading run scorer in the country behind Joe Clark. It has been an extraordinary run from the Somerset former captain. And this is well pitched up from Porter. That's a good one. Risking being driven, but nicely bowled and just about kept the bat outside of the way there, did Buddingham. So 1 for no wicket, a lead of 41. If you'd like to get in touch with us, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk is the address. I'll leave you with Richard, and then coming in for the first time will be Rationale.
Thank you, Nick. And to nobody's great surprise around the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, it will of course be Sam Cook opening the bowling for Essex from the Gooch end of the ground, the old Hayes Close end, as was previously named. 3 slips behind Rishi Patel, otherwise a single saving field. A long leg, whether they've posted a third man in this innings I can't see. Cook is in and bowls outside the off stump. Patel steps forward and leaves. One would imagine so, but perhaps it's something just they're determined not to do. But literally at least 50 runs or more went through third man, went down to third man to the boundary in Leicestershire's first innings. There is a backward point. Can't quite see. We cannot see third man from our position. We shall see. Cook is in and bowls. Seems back in just a touch, but not great movement, not pronounced. And Patel blocks it back up the pitch to Sam Cook, wearing a sweatband, one truss on his right wrist, rather than yes, it is a sweatband, just looking at it, rather than a bandage. And morning, Risham. You managed to get your wires untangled?
Yeah, I managed to knock anything over today as I did as I walked in yesterday. But just have a little head count. I count 10. So unless there's someone, no, 11. So there is no third man.
In goes Cook and bowls. Patel is beaten on the inside edge. It hit the pad, and there's a huge appeal for a catch behind / LBW, but it hit him outside the line, and if it didn't take the inside edge, then clearly it isn't going to be given out for a catch behind either. 2 umpires have swapped ends, of course, so Nigel Long at that far end now. And Nigel Long is an umpire who explains to the bowler, well, it hit him, on the front pad, well outside the line, and it didn't take the inside edge, so although it flew through to the keeper, neither an LB or a caught behind to the bowler, who is in and bowls. Patel is forward, runs it out towards that backward point, who's quickly on to the ball, and there is no run. Some of the Essex players have their sort of cable knit, sort of slightly old-fashioned sleeveless sweaters on over their more modern quote-unquote wear, but obviously they don't carry numbers on their backs, so we have to peer slightly.
You've got to try and sort of see through
the jumper. You can just about see Harmer's 22 at first slip, as Cook is in and bowls. Patel looks to drive, gets a thick inside edge, and it dribbles towards short leg. Snater comes running in, kicks the ball at the stumps, but his attempted pass, he was an enthusiastic footballer this morning, misses the stumps, and Buddingham had made his ground anyway. Leicestershire pick up their second run. Remember, just add 40 and you get the lead. Buddingham does a little squat just to stretch his leg muscles. Deep backward square goes out. Cook is going to go round the wicket to Sol Buddingham, who waits with bat raised. Cook is in, bowls to him very straight, and it's blocked out into the offside off the back foot as the floodlights.
I thought I'd just call it a reflection of something, but no, they have gone on. It's just past 11:30. It was a bit. It was 3:15 yesterday, but I was going to say, for all the talk of the dark clouds, I wonder whether light is going to be more of a problem potentially today than actual rain, because of course no rain predicted.
Well, once these horrible clouds are blown over, and they're moving tolerably quickly. It'll be about 15-20 minutes or so. But I don't think the light's going to be too bad, so there'll be a decision to be taken.
New over then. Porter bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. It will be Patel to face the first ball. It's blocked out by Patel, who reaches and lunges forward to greet that. Porter, he finished with 2 wickets from 73 runs. Had to really work hard in the field yesterday. He waited 30 odd overs for his first wicket, and then best part of another 50 for his second. Wickets of Ian Holland and later Ben Mike. We'll be hoping for success sooner today as he jogs in. Second delivery is bowled. Oh, and there's a big appeal. Did wrap the pads. It's a very confident and loud appeal, but unmoved is the umpire. A little bit of energy in the field this morning, just trying to rattle the batter a little bit. Just give him something to think about.
Neil Pratt has also explained, but Porter doesn't look entirely convinced by the explanation. Let's have a look.
Well, it was close. I think
if it was outside, it was only just. But my word.
To the untrained eye, if I was umpiring a Sunday League match, I would have given that, if truth be told. As Porter comes in, bowls to Patel again. It's a slightly shorter delivery, defended on the offside to the fielder at point. So Leicestershire 2 for no loss.
It certainly was a much better shout than Cook's in the previous over.
And certainly a much better shot than some of the ones that we saw in the first innings, because there were a lot of appeals on the first morning. It was almost one every couple of overs where Essex were somewhat enthusiastically and maybe optimistically appealing to the umpire. His Porter again bowls. It's a backward delivery, and that time. Wow,
just did a lot.
Did a lot, didn't it? There was a very confident appeal, almost a celeb appeal. There was a hand in the air from Porter, and they thought it and got an edge, but umpire unmoved and Rishi Patel unmoved. But from the celebrations, you would have thought the finger had already gone up.
Well, it really straightened, didn't it? And yes, that was a dangerous. It was almost a presumption of the decision, really, and got to be a little bit careful.
Porter then runs in from the Cook end, and that's bowled on the off stump, and Patel sees it coming this time and is carefully fully behind that one. And, yeah, I can see some bright clouds in the far distance. A lot of people in Essex today will be hoping for good weather. As I drove in, there was a lot of traffic on the A roads because it's the Essex Young Farmers. I don't know what the official term is, but it's either event or, I don't want to call it a conference. I don't think it'll be a conference. An event. That's happening locally as Porter bowls, and this time Patel comes forward to flick it back to the bowler. So, end of the over. It's a maiden for Porter. And Leicestershire 2 for no wicket.
Good over from Jamie Porter. Unlucky with that first leg before shout. Love to see that caught behind appeal, quote unquote, again, because assuming it didn't hit the bat, and the umpire and Rishi Patel obviously adamant there's no way it didn't, it really did straighten a long way then. Round the wicket, Cook to Budinger, who's only faced 4 deliveries. It's on the legs and it's tickled down towards fine leg. I think it came off the pad because it's running fairly slowly. Budinger turns, who's quick between the wickets. Because it's running fairly slowly, can call Patel back for a second, and indeed leg byes are duly signalled and taken by the Foxes.
Still haven't sussed out who is fielding. I want to say maybe it's Shane Snater at third slip.
He's usually at extra. In goes Cook and bowls outside off stump, bounces and leaves Budinger, and a little twitch at the ball. Critchley? Always Critchley at point. He's a big... No, Critchley at mid-off actually. Looking around.
It looks like a 20. Yeah, it could be Critchley. It's either a 20 or a 29, so it could be Critchley or Snater. I've made out the 2 basically. I've made out the first digit under the jumper.
And it's definitely a 2, is it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so. It's either a 0 or a 9.
Cook
next to
turns,
it.
comes in, bowls. Budinger pushes firmly, just checks the shot really. He wasn't quite there to drive and runs it out to mid-off. Manages to keep it down as a consequence.
It is Critchley, it's a 20. It's taken a while to try and identify that player through the jersey. Because they're facing away from us as we sat in the commentary box here.
Volume from the slips, encouraging Cook. It's a longish run as he sprints in almost and bowls to Budinger, who fiddles away outside off stump. He walked forward to meet the ball and then it was just outside off stump and moving away fractionally. Budinger was drawn into, well, almost looked like he was trying to give catching practice to those 3 slips. It is tempting, I suppose, if there isn't a third man for a left-hander in those circumstances to try and work it away through the gully area.
Yeah, it's a high
It
risk.
carries a lot of risk, as you say.
Yeah, with the old 3 slips in place, so there is some defence in that region. But
There's no gully. In goes Cook and bowls very straight, and Budinger covers up on the back foot, pushes it out very straight back down the pitch on the on side, and there's no run. 4 without loss after 3.5 overs. Remember, a little bit of extra time added to the sessions today after the overs lost yesterday. So after this delivery, there'll still be 94 overs theoretically to bowl in the day. Cook is in and bowls a beauty, which squares up Budinger, slips past his outside edge, and that was just a little bit too good because it beat everything. 4 without loss after 4. The Foxes the lead, therefore 44.
yeah, bowlers having a solid start, giving the Leicestershire batters something to think about. There's the floodlights sort of half on now here at Essex. Ominous clouds looming over the ground. No rain predicted today, although no rain was predicted yesterday. And we still had a little bit. It's going to be new Porter over from the Sir Asda Cook end. First delivery is foolish and another big appeal, and it's given. Caught on the front foot coming forward was Rishi Patel, and his homecoming has not gone to plan. He was out for 9 in the first innings, 2 this time around, and after a very close appeal in his last over, Porter gets his man. It's Rishi Patel out for 2, called LBW.
Yeah, one wonders that first one was mighty close, whether that was in the mind. To me, actually, that wasn't as good a shout because that looked to me to be slipping down a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. Do you think it's because Patel was so far forward, like it was a clean first front leg appeal?
He was trying to whip it away through mid-wicket. Certainly wasn't going over, but as I say, for me, that wasn't quite as good a shout as the first one. However, these things have a tendency of evening themselves out, and Rishi Patel's, as you say, return to home ground has not been an entirely happy one. He won't mind if Leicestershire somehow go on and win the game, but he'll be disappointed on a personal basis.
So it's going to be Ian Holland in next. So we are made to wait.
I had 1 or 2 Leicestershire fans get in touch with me after that first appeal saying that was absolutely plumb. And if that's coming from a Leicestershire supporters, well, it probably was fairly close.
Yeah, that would be fair to say. So yeah, we are going to see Ian Holland. So made to wait for the New Zealander.
So justice perhaps served one way or another.
Yeah, like I say, these things do have a tendency to balance themselves out, although I wonder whether Rishi Patel was slightly hard done by.
Yeah, it's not his fault if they're not given out, isn't it? But,
Quite right. Quite right.
when they should be, and then given out when they shouldn't be. That won't make him feel any better.
Ian Holland is the new batter in, 3 slips in place. Porter comes in this one. Oh, there's a half-hearted feel as it's played into the leg side. It's collected at square leg, and Holland will get off the mark immediately with a single.
Charlie Allison, the fielder over there at square leg. You've remarked before about you're not sure about which hairstyle he'll be.
Yes. Oh, he's not got a helmet on.
It looks fairly normal, fair and.
Yeah, it's gone for
floppy.
It's not the longest I've seen it. I've seen him have curtains on, but this is it's gone for a very mid-length haircut. Has Charlie? He's a very fashionable young lad, clearly. So Porter will switch to around the wicket to bowl to Budinger. 3 slips still in place. The Dex is played into the leg side, driven actually. There's a fielder out in the deep who should run round to the deep mid-wicket region to collect it, but by that point they'll have run 2. They think about a third. Oh, no, Budinger's always taken off. But has to return back to his crease urgently.
Holland looked a bit keen there.
Was that Holland? Holland,
yeah,
Holland with the 22 jersey. So they've run a couple. And,
that would have been a hugely risky third.
yeah, it would. Yeah, sort of almost a miscommunication. It would have been a horrendous way to have gotten out. So with Budinger facing, we still have 3 slips in place, but third slip has gone almost a man's width away from second. It's just covering that kind of third manish area as the next delivery is bowled on the off stump, and it does make it past that third slip, so it hasn't really paid off. Fielder in pursuit is going to slide and retrieve that just ahead of the boundary, but they will have added a couple more to the score. So the little shuffle off of that slip fielder almost coming into play immediately, but not quite paying dividends, so perhaps all part of the game plan. That's the second time in as many balls that Charlie Allison's cap has flown off his head, giving us a preview of his latest haircut, or current haircut I should say. Porter bowls to Budinger. This is driven through the offside, and that should go all the way. That's 4, so Budinger getting on with things the way he did in the first innings.
It was like a sort of slightly relaxed fairway iron. He just followed through all the way, full swing of the bat from Budinger, connected nicely.
Yeah, the swing of the bat, I thought he was driving it back past the bowler, but well down the offside. Here's Porter again, and he bowls, and this one is neatly onto the off stump, a bit of a deflection to backward point, and that will complete the over. An expensive over, 8 runs, no, not 8 wickets. That'd be a very good, anomalous over, but 8 runs and 1 wicket for Essex, and Leicestershire 9 for 1.
So 3 wickets in the first 45 minutes of play, and that includes 10 minutes off the field for a change of innings. It's not easy batting out there at the moment against, in both cases, a new ball. Sam Cook then, his third over, indicates that he wants his long leg to go a little bit wider. A lot of hands in pockets, grasping hand warmers out there at the moment. It has, as I say, as we said, it was a little bit warmer, well, quite a lot warmer this morning, but under the dark cloud the wind has got up a bit. Over the wicket goes Cook and bowls to Holland, who isn't exactly tucked up. It's the way he plays. He will stay in his crease pretty much throughout his innings and work things off the back foot. He's not a flamboyant player, but on his own terms he can be extremely effective. Snate is swinging his arms, I think, as much to keep warm as anything at mid-wicket, as Cook turns, comes charging in and bowls, and just shuffling forward. Holland, I'm saying he's staying in his crease. He did take off a step forward there, but his weight was still on his back foot as the bat came down and thick inside edge and went down towards leg gully. Far from certain, but he picks up a single, called through by Budinger. He moves on to 2, 14 for 1. That heavy dark cloud sort of overhead or past us at the moment. It doesn't look like it. As I say, it's going to split with rain as a consequence. Round the wicket goes Cook to Budinger, who is forward a little bit early. Cook's hands started to go into the air. Pepper behind the stump still has his gauntlets on the top of his Essex cap because he was a touch early on that one, and he could easily have popped that one back up in the air. Tom Wesley will have noted that at mid-off, claps his hands, the skipper. Stands before blowing on his hands and walking in. Outside off stump from Cook, a good bit short, bounces and leaves Budinger, who tries to cut it away through the offside and misses. Well, you've seen enough of Budinger now, if you watched him in the first innings, to know that he will pretty much always go for his shots. It paid off in the first innings with an 89. Only one first-class century to his name. Plenty of 50s though, and he would have loved to have gone on, but as he said when we spoke to him at the end of play, Cook is in and bowls to him, and he's hit that one up into the air. Should be caught by Wesley at mid-off, and is. He was trying to, I suspect, loft it into the leg side, got something of a leading edge, top of the bat. It was in the air for an awful long time, went very high, but Wesley barely had to move at mid-off and made no mistake. So, as I'm sure one or two Leicestershire supporters feared, the difficult conditions have resulted in a couple of early wickets. Both the Foxes' openers out. Rishi Patel first, and now Sol Budinger goes. Caught Wesley, bowled Cook for 8.
Well, we knew he'd go for his shots, and he certainly did that time. Complete miscue. And it hung in the air for such a long time. It was almost like the players were waiting, to just holding their celebrations back as the ball came down into Wesley's hands, and possibly the easiest wicket they'll take today, I think. But yeah, wickets are tumbling this morning. We've seen, 4 in the first hour of play. So conditions look like they are leaning in favour of the bowlers. So I don't think Essex will actually, in hindsight, mind being dismissed quite early on. And
that was my feeling when they lost those two quickly. The old cloud had very much a silver lining as far as Essex was concerned.
Literally over Chelmsford.
And now Nick Kelly does come to the crease. So the New Zealander comes in with his new side under pressure. Looks like he's taking a middle stump guard. Nigel Long indicates that he has got his bat in the right place. Shirt sleeve order for Kelly. And short sleeve shirt. 3 slips behind him. He's a left-hander, in case you haven't seen him. Cook is in round the wicket, bowls to him, fullish on leg stump. Kelly is behind it solidly enough, pushing out to mid-on. Well bowled. Sam Cook, not quite a wicket maiden, the single having come early in the over from Holland, an inadvertent single really off a thick inside edge, but then the wicket of Budinger, and Essex have Leicestershire in their second innings on 14 for 2. The Foxes lead 54.
I wonder whether Nick Kelly would have thought he might have had a little bit of time to recover from any jet lag. I think he we were speaking off air originally. He said he wasn't due to report for duty until Tuesday.
I think so.
So a couple of days early. So
Tuesday or Wednesday, the first white ball.
Porter's going to begin a new over, 3 slips in place, and it's backhand delivery played into the leg side for no run by Holland.
That said, in the nets this morning, I saw white balls being thrown at a couple of the players, batters, so there was a little bit of practice going on.
Well, Nick Kelly's fresh off a white ball tour of Bangladesh. Scored 83 in the second one-day international and a half-century in the third, so in good form. Obviously very different conditions in Chelmsford to Chattogram as Porter comes in, bowls, and well, it sort of deflected, not the shot Holland was intended to play, it's deflected in the end to the fielder at cover as he looked to play it through the leg side.
I was looking to mid-wicket there, but so was Holland. Stephen Roberts reckons on email, richardray23@gmail, having 4 openers in the side might be just what's needed today, and indeed The two openers at the crease very early, two new openers.
Porter again in over the wicket, and Holland blocks this one out for no run. Hands in pockets all over the ground today. It is cold. We've kept the window open in the commentary box here today as well, so we're getting a real sense of the atmosphere. There's a fresh breeze that's coming through.
It was sunny and kind of warmish this morning, so that's one of the reasons. Hopefully it will be again once this heavy stuff clears away.
Well, on day one the windows were flattering with the wind, weren't they? Here's Porter comes in, bowls to Holland. This is defended again. It's deflected to backward point for no run. Yeah, I can see clear skies in the distance, but the clouds aren't moving particularly fast. But no rain predicted today. Rain allegedly on the way yesterday, but I spent the whole of the first day saying how it was meant to be raining according to certain weather apps, but that didn't come. When it did come, it was after 5 o'clock yesterday evening, so all going well. We should have a day's cricket. It's Porter bowls to Holland, plays into the leg side again, no run. The way Essex have gone about their business, this is the start that they would have wanted to have during Leicestershire's first innings. This quick early wicket, they had to toil for a long time. It's the partnership between Budinger and Weatherall just built and built and built, but Porter bowls, and this is guided down to that third man area. Of course, no fielder there, so that's only going for 4 runs, no doubt about it. The third slip did dive, but in the end, nowhere near it, and so end of the over, ends of the boundary. Porter 14 runs from his 4 overs.
I'm going to make a note of it this time.
How many runs
doing the first innings? So that's 4, right?
Yeah, that's 4. I think that's the first time it's happened. Yeah, I've seen. It's interesting. I've seen the third slip. They've sort of varied how far from the second slip they're stood. I mean, at some points during the first innings, they were stood almost like kind of a full man apart from each other. But 1 and 2 quite close together, and a bit of a gap between 2 and 3.
Cook round the wicket to Kelly, who is solidly behind that one. I like what I've seen of him so far from Leicestershire's point of view. Both the balls he's played, he's got very nicely in position. Yes, it's not the fastest wicket in England, but I like the way he sets up. 2 balls. It's enough to judge anybody, isn't it?
That's all you need.
His defence is decent. In goes Cook and bowls to him. He walks into a sort of drive to a certain extent there. Pushes it firmly. He's got his weight moving forward, but his head's over the ball. He runs it out to Wesley at mid-off, and there's no run. Holland wanders down from t'other end and prods at the pitch, which is Ian Pont was saying there is a little bit of live grass on it, and it is likely to nibble around, but as Cook is in and bowls, Kelly leaves outside off stump. It has definitely changed colour, not dramatically but markedly since the covers came off on day 1, when it looked quite green, as pitches often do on the first morning, but this is now a much more biscuity hue.
Biscuity is a great description. There are sort of almost pinstripes of green running through it, very faint lines, aren't there? But...
Yeah, I don't think it's a hybrid.
No, I don't.
There were quite a few hybrids on this Chelmsford Square. In goes Cook and bowls. Forward goes Kelly, defending. Upper part of the bat, didn't come out of the middle. Had a good look at the hybrids at Cardiff when we were down there, because by the end of the match there was very little live grass on it at all. You could just see the plastic stuff sort of coming through in. But it's a fairly small percentage. We say hybrid and you kind of think, well, okay, 50-50. It's nothing like.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing like that. In goes Cook and bowls, and Kelly tucks in off middle and leg out towards square leg. but doesn't really time it as well as he would have liked. And Allison, running across from a sort of wide-ish mid-wicket, makes sure that there isn't a single to be taken. It's probably something like sort of 10% or even less. One assumes that hybrid, where it can be specified the exact percentages. Around the wicket goes Cook and bowls and bounces a bit, squares up Kelly, and manages somehow to keep it down off something of a leading edge. It runs out to gully. That was a thorough examination for the New Zealander from a very, very fine county opening bowler, but he's got through it. A maiden to Sam Cook and Leicestershire in their second innings, a limping rather on. They're 18 for 2 off 8, a lead of 58.
Yeah, it's interesting watching Nick Kelly, because like I say, I watched him play against Bangladesh. As Richard, you're about to take a little break, and I'll be joined shortly by Nick. In the meantime, it's a new over then. Porter's going to be bowling to Holland from the Alistair Cook end. First delivery, bowled on the middle stump and defended by the batter. 3 slips in place. Yeah, Nick Kelly wearing 55 for Leicestershire. An early start for him after the injury of Weatherald. Watched him play in Bangladesh. He captained the New Zealand side in the T20 series. Came into bat at number 4, so his position today will suit him down to the ground, although I wonder whether he had hoped to have a little bit more resting time before being called upon, given he might potentially have jet lag from a flight. Porter is in, defended again by Holland, no run, and Leicestershire remain 18 for 2. The lead now 58 runs as we go over the midday mark here into the first hour of play. And as Nick joins me, Nick, what an eventful first hour of play.
Yep, nice to see you again, and it's certainly a bowling morning, isn't it? A little bit of blue sky just above at the Graham Gooch end of the ground, above the structure there, where broadcast facilities can be put in at short notice.
Here's Porter, bowls, length delivery, defended again. And the good news, isn't it? Clouds starting to look quite clear now, so it might be that those floodlights can start to be turned off in the next half hour or so if the conditions start to brighten up, because no rain is predicted today. And
yeah, well, any rain there will be is meant to be in the form of showers this morning, so I think we're getting away with it, because we had certainly a threat of a shower a little bit half an hour ago, that sort of thing, and it didn't materialise. We might have just seen the worst, hopefully.
Fingers crossed as Holland does a couple of lunges to stretch out the calf muscles before facing up. Porter waits patiently at the top of his run-up. Everyone's ready and in place now. Gap between second and third slip again as Porter bowls on the off stump, defended by Holland for no run. Leicestershire remain 18 for 2. Now, Nick, I've got to ask you, because Dick and I had a lot of fun with this yesterday. Have you got access to the emails?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get back into them at the moment, so when I have, I'll let you know.
Fantastic news. Well, it's Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and if you're listening, let us know. I have a theory, Nick. Everyone loves a shout out on the radio, so don't worry if you haven't got an opinion or a thought. Just let us know you're there, let us know you're listening, and Nick, we can give everyone a shout out, can't we?
Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch.
As Porter bowls to Holland, drives this, and it's the fielder at mid-off who will jog across to collect for no run.
Well, what a difference between Friday and Sunday in terms of Leicestershire's rate of progress. Here we are at 19 for 2 in the 9th over. They were closing in on 100, weren't they? Well, not quite, but they were going along at close to 6s for the morning session. Yeah, extraordinary morning session.
It really was. I think they were on 80 odd in the first hour. Yeah, you're right. They were going close to 6 and over. It was very kind of T20-esque, but in all whites. As Porter runs in, bowls, it's a shorter delivery to Holland, who defends once again.
You feel it's a bowling morning everywhere, and Nottinghamshire, leaders Nottinghamshire, have suddenly hit trouble down at Southampton. 152 for 6. Now, I've always had a theory that Hampshire will never be relegated while they've got Kyle Abbott in the side. That is being severely tested this year. But what a performer he is. I think he's still leading wicket taker in Division 1 this season. 4 for 31. And debutant for Nottinghamshire, Sam Sicharan, Leicestershire born, out for a duck on his championship debut to Abbott, but that's pretty tough going actually, having Abbott bowling at you on your debut in bowler-friendly conditions. Verrain out for 19, Haynes out to the new man Potgieter, who's just joined Hampshire, for 15. So 152 for 6 plays 214. That's a pretty even game at the moment. Here is Cook, like this one actually. There's an appeal for LBW. He goes across his crease here. It's not out, and they've scampered through for a run. That was interesting because he went right across his crease there, did Holland, the right-hander. And might have hit him outside the line actually when it did hit him. But they've scampered through for 1. 20 for 2 in the 10th over.
Yeah, that Hampshire-Nottinghamshire game, I think, was one of the last ones to start. It was rain affected, I think, on Friday.
Yeah, that's had a lot of rain around.
Yeah, so,
but the chasing pack would be very keen for Hampshire to see if they can get a surprise win there. 3 slips and 5 saving 1, and this is played up into the offside and just gathered in by Cook in his follow through, and there's no run.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether they can mop up that Nottinghamshire tail. Well, not tail, yeah.
It's a good lower order. That's the thing about Leicestershire back in the day. Really remind me of this as well. When Leicestershire were a championship winning side, for a championship winning side, always look at players at 7, 8, and 9 who are going to get a stack of runs, and they've got the likes of Patterson White who might yet cause problems there. Is Cook bowling, and that's. Just played by Kelly, slightly awkwardly, a jumpy little defensive shot, but up into the onside, and there's no run. So, well, it's not quite going to be like this in T20, but it's an interesting start for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I was just saying to Richard, he's come off the back of a white ball tour of Bangladesh, where they played 3 one-day internationals and a handful of T20s, and he captained the T20 side, coming in batting at number 4. Had a really good outing in the one-dayers, a couple of half centuries. So. His mindset will be very much one-day white ball cricket. That's obviously why he's here. But
this next one is a good one from Cook again, who's got hands to his head as if thinks he's a bit unlucky not to have made another breakthrough. That one again just played slightly awkwardly by Kelly, a little bit of extra bounce, but got it down, played it up into the covers. But yeah, what an extraordinary contrast between Friday morning and here. We've got Porter 5 overs, 1 for 15, and Cook sitting at a very typical 1 for 2 in his 5th over. I mean, that is quite typical of him at early stages of an innings, giving absolutely nothing away and being a pretty constant threat. As he goes round the wicket, that area of blue sky just opening up a little bit as that's played defensively by Kelly up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Now, I know that one score that you will view of being of great importance, and it is a test match, and it's another very good day for Bangladesh in this series against Pakistan, because they bowled Pakistan out for 232 in Sylhet, and they took a first innings lead of 46, and they're now 96 for 2, leading by 142. And that's day 2, session 3, probably coming towards the end, about 15 overs left in the day. As his Cook guts down the leg side, and actually nicely gathered in that was, because that was one that was possibly going to risk going for extras, because it was a little bit slung down the leg side, but well stopped. So 20 for 2 with Holland 7 and Kelly no score, and 2 wickets each, one each for Porter and Cook, and the lead sits at an even 60.
Yeah, the second test between Bangladesh and Pakistan ongoing. That first test last week was the I think first test cricket since pretty much the Ashes. So it had been a long old gap between test cricket, and Bangladesh getting a win. Nick, they declared setting Pakistan a target of 260 on the final day, and managed to bowl them up for 160 odd. So they'll be going into this test match full of confidence, and winning test matches with pacers. It's not something we're used to saying for Bangladesh, but they have managed to do it. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out in Sylhet with 3 full days of cricket still to come. It'll be remarkable for Bangladesh to get a home series win against Pakistan. They've already got one away.
Yeah, and they're looking for a 4th straight win against
which would be
Pakistan.
Very troubling times for the Pakistan cricket team. got a change of bowler at the St Alasdair Cook end. It's Snater who's going to come into the attack, bowling to Holland. First delivery's in. It's back of a length delivery, which is sort of gently, I want to say, cut to cover with no real intent. More of a gentle push away for no run.
Well, slightly different conditions in terms of the balance between bat and ball compared to when we were last on together at the Oval, which was very much batter friendly. But I tell you what, Essex have got to play Nottinghamshire and Surrey here. A pitch just like this one.
This will do.
Don't go for 500 plays 500 and 14 points. You've got to beat these sides if you're serious about winning a championship.
Here's Snater, bowls again, defended out, and we've now got, I want to say, 2 slips and a gully. That third slip has really alternated between being a third slip and shuffling along, and I'd say there's a distance of at least 3 men between them now, so more of a gully position, and I think that's to protect that kind of third man region. We've been discussing, Nick, over the last few days, particularly in the Leicestershire first innings, no third man. We think at least 50 runs went down that way. It was quite the leak in that quadrant of the ground as Holland faces up and Snater bowls. It's another back of length delivery, this time onto the off stump and defended back to the bowler for no run.
Now Essex are a long way off challenging for the championship at the moment, of course, because even with a win against Hampshire, they were well down the table. I think they started this particular round in 7th place. So, but you know, if they win this game and let's say they were to win at Grace Road, that would be a little bit more attractive from an Essex point of view. But yeah, those are going to be big home games coming up later in the season.
Snater bowls and it's pushed to the fielder at point. In fact, it's going to beat the fielder at point, and it's going to race away for a bit of an unexpected boundary because that was close to the fielder at point. So it's a boundary for Holland, who moves to 11, and we'll say good morning to listeners on 5 Sports Extra this morning who are joining us for day 3 of this county championship match between Leicestershire and Essex. Story of the morning then, Essex were bowled out early this morning, 2 very quick wickets, with Leicestershire taking in a lead of around 40 runs into their second innings, and they've now lost their first 2 wickets. Their openers are gone. They are 24 for 2, so early signs saying it's a very bowler friendly wicket. Slightly overcast conditions here at Chelmsford, giving something for the paces early on. As Snater comes in, and this is played into the leg side. There's a fielder, fine leg, who will cut this one off, and they'll jog across for a single, add 1 more to the total. So Leicestershire will move to 25 for 2.
Yeah, Sports Extra 2 with us. Hello to you, and it's been a good morning for the bowlers really here, because whereas we had a good 9th wicket stand before the bad light intervened yesterday, that was broken up fairly quickly by Leicestershire this morning, and they wrapped up the Essex innings with 2 wickets and an over for Ian Holland. He finished with 4 wickets, and it was a lead of 40 for Leicestershire.
Snater bowls to Kelly, defends onto the leg side. This is Nick Kelly, who is yet to score. The New Zealander who was drafted in after an injury to Jake Weatherald. He was playing white ball cricket in Bangladesh quite recently, and wasn't due to report for duty until I think Tuesday or Wednesday, so an early call up. I hope there's not too much jet lag, but he's not scored yet, so I think settling into a slight gear shift into white ball cricket is Nick Kelly, the New Zealander.
Yeah. Vian Mulder, with an Essex best unbeaten 79, came in at number 8, and of course the Essex order was very much disrupted by the use of 2 night watchers, one of whom, Jamie Porter, got a maiden first class 50. I think something like his 178th attempt, I think it was, but it's quite remarkable. Cook continues, 3 slips. The sun has won its battles in coming out, which I'm pleased to say, as that's played defensively by Holland. We're used to seeing a number 22 at the crease early on at Chelmsford, at Paul Walter, but here it's Ian Holland. That's one played up into the covers, and there's no run. And then in bowler-friendly conditions today, we've seen something very unlike what happened on Friday morning, where I think one phrase was that Leicestershire basballed Essex in the opening session, going close
exactly
to 6 and over.
Happened. It was T20.
Well, this was much more business as normal. And Cook has bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. He's in his 6th over. A wicket also for Jamie Porter, as this is outside the off stump and left alone. We had 2 Essex-born Leicestershire openers, and they both served their home county's cause very well by getting out. Rishi Patel, who hasn't had a particularly good game, but Essex will be pleased to see the back of him cheaply out for 2, and Budginger, who played so well in the first innings, out for 8. Patel to Porter and Budginger to Cook. And the sun, well, it's going to be maybe a fleeting success here because it is shining from that patch of blue sky, which has just drifted over to the left-hand side of the ground. Cook bowls up to beauty and caught behind. My word, that's an absolute classic from Sam Cook. It's basically a leg cutter that really has moved, and it's too good for Holland, and it's 25 for 3. The lead sits at 65. That's an absolute classic from Sam Cook. Genuine movement, and really very hard for anyone to play that. Beautiful delivery. And I think Cook is unlucky not to be in that test squad because, you know, you can go on about the fact he didn't play at his best against Zimbabwe, but his whole season last year was very disrupted for different reasons. He is on the sort of form that he'd been in the previous 3 seasons, and here that delivery is just getting the edge of the bat and on its way through, and beautifully bowled by Sam Cook. So, well, there is a chance this game, you know, the way it's going at the moment, there might not be much play left tomorrow, but nicely taken that. 65 lead, 25 for 3, and Leicestershire will be pleased that they got those wickets early this morning. The question is it going to stay as bowler friendly for the rest of the game?
Well, I think in hindsight, Essex will be pleased that Leicestershire took those wickets early because it's given them an opportunity to go at this Leicestershire top order early on while the conditions are really favouring the bowlers, and they've done well to take 3 wickets very early on, and well deserved for Cook, who's been inquiring down that slightly wide of an offside line all morning. Leicestershire have sort of been prodding and poking anything that's gone slightly wide of the off stump, and Essex have committed to 3 slips early on and sacrificed a fielder down at third man to try and get those catches, and it's paid off.
Well, at the moment, Essex are making light of the fact that they started 40 behind in this second innings as Cook bowls, and here's Tattersall taking that one off his pads and running it down towards long leg, and they're going to come back for the second run. So Johnny Tattersall is underway, and like generally the Leicestershire top order, he's had a pretty good season so far, averaging almost 55 coming into this game. It has been a strong start by the Leicestershire top order, and of course absolutely necessary that they did that in Division 1. Tattersall though just made 8, so that's bumped in the first innings, so that bumped his average down a little bit. He's on 2, and here he gets one, an appeal for LBW. That's going to be quite close as well because he come across his crease, and it was a good shout that from Cook, and this is a tremendous spell from him. 2 for 4 inside 6 overs. Came across his crease there, Tattersall, with no interest from the umpire on that occasion.
No, it looked like it was getting down the leg side, that one. That was the old leg cutter from Kirk, and
well, it's been a tremendous display from Cook in particular. Porter's bowled well, Snater's just come on. It's a huge contrast between what's happened in this period of play compared to the first morning of the match, where Leicestershire made an extraordinary start as Cook bowls, and that's one that Tattersall just comes forward to and just about plays in the side of the line. But superb bowling from Cook, 2 for 4 in 6, and Leicestershire at 27 for 3, lead by 67. You would have thought they've got to try and get this lead up towards 200 and hope that conditions stay similar to this, Roshan.
Yeah, well, Sam Cook's doing something he didn't really do in the first innings, which is bowl the same ball 6 times, and we've seen him now just going wide of the off stump or attacking the off stump and really giving the batters something to think about, and it's paying dividends. He would have been slightly disappointed with his figures in that first innings, finishing with 2 wickets from his 67 runs. Had to wait a long time between wickets as well, so a far more productive morning if you're Sam Cook. Shane Snater's going to continue then from the Sir Alistair Cook end, just beneath where we are sat. First delivery is in, and that's defended out by Nick Kelly, the New Zealander, who, as we said, has been rushed to an early start in his Leicestershire career. Wasn't due to report for duty, we think, until later next week, but finds himself playing a bit of red ball cricket in for the injured Weatherald.
Essex, say, starting in 7th place, but they can win this game, which looked unlikely at lunchtime on day one. So it'll be 2 back-to-back successes here at Chelmsford.
Here's Nater around the wicket, bowls, and it's pushed into the offside to the fielder at cover.
They do have some tough fixtures after they play Leicestershire at Grace Road, and it'll probably be a flatter pitch. Well, Notts and Surrey and Sussex here, Yorkshire away, Somerset away. Generally getting into a period of tougher matches when, of course, they're all going to come very quickly on top of each other in August and September. 5 rounds in particular with very small gaps between the games.
Here's Nater again, runs in, 3 slips in place, and this is again defended out to the offside for no run by Nick Kelly, who is still yet to score. Faced 20 balls now, not quite finding his rhythm yet out there in these conditions. Like I say, played a lot of cricket in Bangladesh over the last couple of months. You know, faced plenty of paces, but perhaps nothing as green as what we have here at Chelmsford today. So 3 slips in place, but a huge gap between 2nd and 3rd slip, and Essex fielding without a 3rd man, as they did through much of the first innings, which I think is very risky. It's Nater bowls, and that one, it's caught at 2nd slip. Turns out the gap didn't matter.
Harmer, that's a great catch to his left.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Snater, bowling it bang on the off stump and causing Kelly all sorts of trouble. He hasn't looked at all comfortable today, and taking a big old edge, a beautiful catch with Harmer diving to his right. In fact, the space between 3rd and 2nd slip paying off there, because it gave Harmer plenty of diving space. So things going from bad to worse for Leicestershire here. They're now 27 for 4 in their 2nd innings against Essex, and the lead is 67 runs.
Yeah, and they do need a partnership, because at the moment, so the lead isn't big enough, and they've lost 4 in a hurry. They've just got to hope that they can get to a stage where the ball's getting a bit softer. Maybe there isn't still a great deal in it for the Essex spinners. We shall see. We haven't seen Harmer yet. It may yet be a little while before we do. I'm sure he'll maybe bowl on over before lunch, but obviously there's no reason why Tom Wesley won't continue to use his seamers. And of course, Vian Mulder, who was successful in the first innings, is yet to have a bowl. So Essex have got a lot of strength in depth in their bowling attack, and my word, it's a difficult situation here for Leicestershire after a deceptive start to the day where they got those 2 quick wickets. I'm sure they're still pleased they wrapped up the Essex innings quickly, but my word, it's been very much the Essex bowlers have been on top since that point.
Well, Stephen Eskenazi's the new man in, got a half century in the first innings in this game.
Yeah, it's a very good player, and remember his time with Middlesex, good acquisition.
Comes in at a far more difficult situation. His team find themselves 27 for 4. They do lead by 67 runs, but they desperately need a partnership. Snater will bowl Eskenazi's first delivery, who comes forward and defends. Very tall is Eskenazi. He's got a very kind of well-built figure. You kind of feel he could loft the ball if he wanted to, could make it go a long way. As Eskenazi sort of spotted something in his crease and is dragging his boot across it numerous times. A little bit of dust. He's also almost doing warm-ups out there. I wonder whether the Leicestershire batters hadn't got padded up quickly enough with the rate wickets have fallen this morning. So we're down to 2 slips, and there is a 3rd man now in place for possibly the first time while Essex have been bowling. Snater bowls, it's a back of a length delivery, whipped straight through to the keeper for no run.
I wonder why we've gone down to 2 slips, Essex, there, because on the face of it, there's still plenty of movement on offer, and Snater has started well, and he's been in good form. His batting form wasn't quite there this morning, but he got some good deliveries from Holland, but he's been on the mark with 1 for 5 in 2 overs, and the Essex attack at their best here. This is why I was mentioning that when the likes of Nottinghamshire and Surrey come here, they want this sort of pitch, which is obviously the overhead conditions have helped a little bit, I'm sure, but certainly with the new ball there is something there. Just to mention that game between Warwickshire and Glamorgan again, where Warwickshire were rescued by a quick 8th wicket stand of 79, but Ethan Bamber, 46 from 48 balls, has just got out. This is clipped away, a first ball of Cook's new over. He stays on, and it's clipped away down towards long leg for a single. So Tattersall will be on 3 now, and Eskenazi will have strike to Sam Cook. 3 slips still in for Cook. So 227 for 8. Bamber out for 46. Jordan Thompson 41 from 52, unbeaten, and they're currently 133 behind Warwickshire. So they're getting back into it, but it's a long haul still to get up to parity for them in that match. Here's Cook again, up to the wicket bowls, and this is played with an angled bat nicely, actually, just wide of mid-off for a single by Eskenazi. Elsewhere, interesting, rain at Headingley, but maybe that pitch isn't quite as flat as it seems, because unusually Surrey is 65 for 3 in reply to Yorkshire's 486, and after Burns and Sibley put on their usual decent opening stand, so 3 wickets are gone. So Burns and Sibley and Jamie Smith out for 4. Burns 24, Sibley 25, and Smith 4. So Ryan Patel and Dan Lawrence together, 65 for 3 in that one. As Cook bowls again, that's outside the off stump, and there is no run, but there is some rain there, and I suspect batting conditions not easy with the overheads this morning around the country.
Yeah, clouds looming everywhere. It's more affecting bad light. No rain's predicted here, but the conditions have meant the floodlights have been on pretty much the entire day so far.
And Nottinghamshire have lost a 7th wicket, and it's Sonny Baker who's got rid of Lyndon James for 6 over. 163 for 7 in reply to Hampshire's 214, still 51 behind. This next delivery is driven nicely, but stopped by Cook in his follow-through. Tattersall timed that quite well, but stopped on the bounce by Cook, who just moved across very effortlessly to his left. What do you think about Cook in the England side? I think that the thing that's different this year compared to last is he had lots of disruptions to his 2025 season. Here he's been very much back on form, been in tremendous form with the ball, averaging 20.7 per wicket, 21 wickets going into this match, and certainly was worth consideration. So I bowled him! That's another example of why. Brilliant delivery again. I think it's a bit of a leg cut, or was it one that just held its line? But it's far too good for Tattersall on this occasion. Might have just been a little bit of movement, but that's just another example of why he's unlucky not to be in that England squad. Absolutely brilliant bowling again. This is some exhibition from him, it really is. And 3 for 6 inside 7 overs. Sam Cook gets one. I think that might have just moved a little bit, but not perhaps as much as the previous wicket. But yeah, just maybe in this time, just holding its line, it might even have just cut back a bit from off to leg. Just looking at the replay. Yeah, and what he's done is he's been getting the ball to move both ways. That one, I think, if anything, just cut back a bit from off to leg and took the off stump out. So remarkable stuff from Sam Cook. 29 for 5, Leicestershire leading by 69. Very strong chance this game could well end today now, the way this is going. And the Essex crowd, we'll say it's a small crowd on the public side, but the members who've come into our right, enthralled by what they've seen. It's been a top-class exhibition, particularly from Sam Cook, but all the Essex bowlers have bowled well. It's a huge contrast to the first morning of the match. And it's a long way back here for Leicestershire now at 29 for 5, only leading by 69.
Well, what a morning this has turned into, and Leicestershire now with everything to do to save this game. We said at the start of the game this was a match that Essex wanted to win, given how hard their running across August and September was going to be. And they're going about it with the right, absolutely brutal manner, particularly Kirk. If there are points to prove for him to try and get into that England team, well, he's doing everything right this morning.
Well, it's been terrific, and well, yeah, made the point. I think he is a bit unlucky, because whereas he was unsettled last year, now he's sort of in a settled vein. He's bowling well, and I'm pretty certain on sort of early June pitch at Lords, he would have been a real handful. But not going to get the chance to prove that at international level again just yet, as he comes in to bowl to Cox, and Cox gets one that does move from off the leg. He's been getting the ball to move both ways. That one just comes off the top of the pad and rolls back into the offside. But wow, quite something from Sam Cook here. 3 for 6 in 7 overs. Eskenazi 1 and Cox no score. 29 for 5. The lead is 69, and earlier, it seemed an awful long time ago, Essex bowled out for 293 after the loss of the last two quickly to Ian Holland to the new ball.
It's the County Championship on the BBC. Essex and Leicestershire battling it out here, and fair to say over the 2 and a bit days we've had here at Chelmsford, we have been entertained, be it with Leicestershire's T20-esque batting during the first innings, and now Essex is bowling and Leicestershire's second. 29 for 5 is the score. It's going to be Shane Slater to continue bowling into Eskenazi, who is forward to defend this one. Essex conceding a 40-run deficit after the first innings, but I don't think they would have minded too much, because it's meant they've been able to get the ball, they've been able to move it both ways and take a load of Leicestershire wickets early this morning. So despite the 69-run lead, Essex well on top this morning.
Yeah, it's obviously turned into a very good morning for Essex indeed.
Slater to Eskenazi, who drives past the bowler, managed to get a hand to it, which was enough to prevent it going any further, so it's another dot ball. 29 for 5 the score. Cox, the new batter in. Eskenazi, so he's on 1. He's also a relatively new batter in, he's only faced 5, so Leicestershire need a partnership from somewhere to stop this absolute landslide descending. And yeah, we were worried rain might affect this game and send it hurtling towards a draw, but the way Essex are bowling, well, Nick thinks we might have a result today as Slater jogs in, bowls, it's a fuller delivery, defended by Eskenazi once more.
Well, Leicestershire should overtake their lowest score against Essex, which was 34 at Garran Park in 2011. That was the relatively short-lived Southend venue following South Church Park, and that game was played in late July 2011.
Slater runs in, 2 slips in place, the third man is back there as this one's defended again by Eskenazi, coming very forward to meet that delivery.
Funnily enough, Leicestershire had a first innings lead there as well. On that occasion it was 58. Essex made 144, Leicestershire made 202. And then Essex made 372 with Ravi Bopara making 178. So I've changed the game round.
Slater in again, and this one is bowled on the middle stump, driven back to the bowler, who again gets a hand to it, just enough to stop it going any further. Slater gives his hand a shake. There was a little bit of a impact on that shot. There's his bowling hand, so I hope it's not too sore. Oh, Shane Slater.
Leicestershire 34 all out. Josh Cobby only double figure score 13, and David Masters 8 for 10.
It's been a very good,
which, you know, just summed up what the class of David Masters.
Final ball of the over. It's short from Shane Slater. It's Eskenazi looks to try and guide this down towards the third man area. Doesn't get quite anything on it, and second slip's able to collect the ball. So another very good over, another maiden from Slater, and Leicestershire after 15 overs at a 29 for 5. I'm going to take a break. Richard Ray's going to come in after a few more thoughts from yourself, Nick.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that Leicestershire's unbeaten record here, which stretches, although there's a 10-year gap since the last game, but they won in 2016 and 2015 and drew in 2014, so that is very much under threat. But Leicestershire batting last, won the last 2 contests here, but almost 10 years since the last of those, such as the lack of fixtures between the two sides. Cook continues. This is hit uppishly but safe away through the covers by Cox, and he collects a couple of runs. So not good tidings for Richard as he comes back into the box, but it was something that he was suggesting might happen. And the Essex attack have very much put things right after what happened on the opening morning of the game. Actually, the afternoon was more or less business as normal compared to the morning session. But no, it has been a tremendous performance, particularly from Cook. I mean, 3 for 8, getting the ball to move both ways. As in he comes again from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and that's driven away. That's a good shot because he's played that nicely. Cox, he's got it square through the offside for 4 runs. Just a little bit over pitch, if anything, from Cook. And he'll be slightly disappointed the way this over has started because it's damaging his figures a little bit. Yeah, just if anything slightly over pitched, and Cox committed himself to the shot and drove it away square for 4. 35 for 5. The lead is 75. Welcome back to Richard.
Thank you. I was at that game at Garrans Park. I was covering it for The Guardian, believe it or not. I remember it well.
So here is Cook again. Up to the wicket bowls and played away, but a couple more actually, and this is a nice little counter punch here from Cox because Leicestershire have got to do something here. They can't just remain static at the crease, and he's collected another couple of runs away through a gap in the onside. He's gone along to 8, 37 for 5, lead of 77. Yes, dramatic game, again a game where Leicestershire had a lead. A tremendous innings from Ravi Bopara, and then, as I say, David Masters with what must have been something of an exhibition.
Yeah, that was an interesting ground. Featureless, I think you would have to say.
that was one view of it, certainly. As this is driven, that's a nice looking shot from Cox. Well, who would have thought this would come? This is like the first morning again. He's driven it away square through the offside for 4. And Cook must be wondering, why am I bowling this extra over? Because my figures looked very, very tidy after 7 overs, and they're being slightly damaged in this over. However, of course, Cook may yet get Cox out, and he'll settle for this over if he does that at the end of the over. But again, similar to the previous boundary, leading into the stroke, committing to it, playing it away nicely through the offside. He's gone to 12.
Yeah, they still don't look too dusty, do they? 3 for 18.
No. 41 for 5. Cook bowls, and that's a better one, which is cramping him for room. He's just reaching forward, and the ball rolls into the onside. So what have we had? We've had basically 2-4, 2-4, haven't we? And then the dot ball, 41 for 5, a lead of 81. I mean, Leicestershire have got to get at least another 100 runs, you feel?
Yes, absolutely. But it is nice to see just 1 or 2 jabs being thrown back, very much on the ropes at the moment. But Ben Cox has been in pretty good nick with the bat this season.
3 slips waiting, 4 saving 1 as a fine leg. As this one again, better one from Cook. I wonder if he'll stay on now, whether it might be Mulder, as that's just played defensively up into the offside. Yeah, his figures have been a bit damaged, and he didn't deserve that, but well done, Cox, for the counter punch. And Cook, as I say, slightly damaged figures of 3 for 18 and 8 overs, but he'll settle for that when he went out there. And he's having a chat with Tom Wesley about whether there will be another over. Simon Harmer's part of the conversation as well. I suspect Harmer might well bowl before lunch, but you'd expect Mulder to have a bit of a run. 41 for 5, lead of 81.
Cox sheds a sweater. It has got a little. There is another dark cloud overhead, but it's a smaller dark cloud, and we did get a little burst of sunshine, and what a difference it made. But it's not shining on Leicestershire at the moment. Eskenazi on strike. Steve Snater is in and bowls to the former Middlesex man, who's half forward. Thickish inside edge, runs it out into the onside. Charlie Allison is the fielder. Does look like Vian is starting to warm up, so the decision may have been taken. 41 for 5. 7 wickets in 90, nearly 100 minutes of play this morning. Actually is 90 because you take off the 10 for the change of innings. So about an hour and a half. Wickets have tumbled, most of them Leicestershire's. Snater is in, bowls outside off stump, and an extravagant leave from Eskenazi, plunged forward and then lifted his bat and left it raised. Pepper standing up to the stumps to Snater, of course.
The overheads certainly suiting the Yorkshire bowlers this morning. Quite remarkable, actually. Sorry, 65 for 4. Are currently 421 behind Yorkshire, and we've got George Hill 2 for 5 in his 5th over.
Snater in, bowls, Eskenazi forward, playing it out towards Wesley at wide-ish, mid, off. You wouldn't have bet on that.
No, I mean,
because
innings,
would you?
Every time Surrey go away from home in the first half of the season, they're greeted with a very flat pitch.
Well,
and of course they've got flat wickets at the Oval as well.
Exactly.
As you found out, and certainly Essex found out in the game that followed. But clearly that pitch with the overheads helping, there's something in it for them, and I'm sure that Essex will want something similar when they play Surrey.
Snater is in and bowling, and half forward is Eskenazi. Well, nicely bowled by Shane Snater, and looked to be a little bit of straightening about that one, but Eskenazi got something behind it. Mulder continues to... It is Mulder, isn't it? No, it's Porter, actually. Is it Porter? I can't quite see the number...
Looks like, yeah, I think it looks like Porter, because they've got sweaters on, so it's...
some have sweaters with numbers on, the modern style, and some have the old cable knit, which are nice to see always. Snater in, bowls down, looked as though that was going to be fullish down the leg side. In fact, it was fairly straight and met a very solid straight bat from Stevie Eskenazi, who has been in pretty good nick so far this season. 2 centuries and 3 50s, I think, in his 9 innings to date. Could be 10 now. As Snater is in and bowls, drags his length back a touch, and there is a little bit of movement about it. Eskenazi deals with it as it straightens a fraction on middle stump, blocks it out into the offside, and a gentle round of applause, which probably deserved a slightly louder round of applause, that particular maiden from Shane Snater. And Leicestershire 41 for 5 with 17 overs of their innings gone. Probably another 5, maybe 6 overs until lunch, especially if we see a couple of overs of spin. But if they lose another one before lunch, then the odds on this finishing today are very, very short.
And Mulder's introduction being delayed, Porter's coming back on. Yes, so Eskenazi, including that 50 in the first innings, 200 and 350, so very, very good start for him, as indeed generally for the Leicestershire top order.
It's an odd run as well. It's either 50 exactly, 100 exactly, or not very much with Eskenazi. He deals in round figures too.
So Porter 1 for 15 in the start of his 6th over. He bowls, and here Cox just playing a defensive shot really up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So 2 slips, backward point, a shortish cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And wickets have been, say, falling in Division 1 this morning. Rain again at Taunton. That's really going to frustrate Somerset, who've got to bowl, basically got to take 19 wickets in 2 days, and they've got 2 this morning, 105 for 3, Sussex. When the rain came, 421 behind Somerset. This is played defensively, the back foot by Cox, back down the pitch, and there's no run. But say wickets at Southampton, wickets here, and wickets at Headingley. So plenty going on in Division 1 for the bowlers, including Tom Norton, the 18-year-old, 4 for 48. And Warwickshire have been bowled out for 252, 108 behind Glamorgan. Can Glamorgan make it 3 on the spin? Here is a defensive shot back down the pitch, and there's no run. Just got a feeling, I mean, it's going to depend a lot on how Leicestershire get on over the rest of this game when they play Essex at Grace Road. But given the usual strength of Leicestershire's batting, obviously it's been slightly exposed in these conditions, but got a feeling whoever finishes second from bottom this year could have quite a lot of points, but we'll see. As here's Porter again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and a drive and a miss outside the off stump from Cox, and Porter will feel he's unlucky. I guess from Leicestershire's point of view, these 2 sides meet again at Grace Road. That will probably be a flatter surface than this one, but just got to try and find a couple of wins from somewhere, as Glamorgan have done.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation up at the Upton Steel, because they sort of tried to prepare the square with a view to Maharaj coming, who was signed, the South African spinner.
Yeah, this is Porter again, bowls, and Cox just bat and pad together, plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 41 for 5, a lead of 81.
Obviously, traditionally, it doesn't really turn at Gracie, and whether it will do as the pitches get a little bit drier throughout the season remains to be seen. But Ajaz Patel hasn't found an awful lot of turn in the only 2 games that have been played there so far this season.
His Porter up to the wicket, bowls, and it's played defensively, bat and pad together up towards middle wicket. That's an important point, the fact that Leicestershire haven't played many games at home so far, and it seems, I don't know if it's just me, but Warwickshire seem to be playing at Edgbaston all the time. I don't know why I'm thinking that.
The fixture list seems very odd this
41
season.
for 5.
Both the games in June are at the Upton Steel, and it'll be interesting to see what the pitch plays like by then, and whether, the Harmer factor could loom large in their planning in that respect. But they only play Hampshire once this season, and that too is at the Upton Steel. So, yes, bonus points could be a big old factor. Snater to continue from the Alistair Cook end of the ground, bowls to Stevie Eskenazi, fullish on off stump. Eskenazi is forward, pushing it back towards Snater, who deliberately lets the ball brush his right hand and then run onto the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Essex have already played Hampshire twice, of course, and they've won both games. So that is
we've played Sussex twice as well. Again, a little quirk of the fixture list this season. And Sussex stuffed us twice, so it stuffed Leicestershire twice, so we've been on the other end of the results in those terms. Snater, shirt hanging out of his trousers, is in, bowls very straight, and Eskenazi solidly forward.
Just a little bit more of a hint of permanence at the last few minutes. There seems to be a little bit less movement, but
I know what you're
Cook has come off. That's helped, I think.
Yes, he did.
Maybe Cox's counterpunch was very useful from that point of view from Leicestershire. If we could encourage Cook to have a rest.
I guess, 8 overs is a pretty decent spell, because he gets it through at a fair old lick still, Sam Cook. I know the big thing about him, as in goes Snater and bowls again. Eskenazi, high left elbow as he walks into the defensive press, pushing the ball up on the onside, is that he's not quite quick enough, in inverted commas, for international cricket, but he's still pretty lively, and although it's an ice action, after 8 overs I would imagine he was ready for a break, and he'll no doubt come back this afternoon and look to wreak similar damage. Snater in, bowls forward. Eskenazi come back a fraction, and it took the inside part of the bat, and Eskenazi with his right hand indicates that there's movement there. He ran out to Allison at mid-wicket.
When I was just looking back on those fixtures in the middle of the last decade, of course these two sides have not played on this ground for almost 10 years, I noted at least a couple of extraordinary consistent individual performances by 2 of the Leicestershire players, arguably 3. We'll come back to that.
Snater in, bowls, staying on the back foot really, although he walks forward, having played the shot into the onside, is Eskenazi, again in defence. Just the 1 run for Eskenazi from how many balls he faced now? Well into the 20s.
Yeah. But
so those consistent performers were?
Yeah, well, Angus Robson was a remarkably consistent performer.
He was.
74 here and 56 in the win in 2016.
Snater in, bowls. Oh, and that's a shout for leg before, and he's gone. He has gone. He was half forward. It hit him on the back pad for me. He thought about it for quite a long time, Neil Pratt there, and eventually decided it was going to go on and hit off stump. I suspect the tumble of wickets continues, and Leicestershire's hope of a middle order / lower order partnership between 2 of their more consistent players this season have not been realised. They have plunged to 41 for 6. Snater now has 2 for 5. Let's have a look at the replay. Perilously close to hitting him outside the line, but didn't. Umpire Pratt decided in the end. 41 for 6, and the Foxes lead just 81 now.
Well, good bowling by Snater, who has been in form. He had 12 wickets coming into this game, and getting that breakthrough, very, very useful from an Essex point of view, just when it was looking as though there was the prospect of a middle order partnership taking shape, and that has been removed. So real problems here for Leicestershire. Snater, yeah, just getting that one to hold its line, and not hitting him sort of in line with off stump maybe, and given out. And yes, 41 for 6. Apart from that little riposte from Cox against Cook, there hasn't been too much coming back at Essex on this occasion compared to the first morning of the match, which really was the most extraordinary contrast. But sometimes it happens like that. Racing along at almost 6 and over in the first morning, and here 41 for 6 in 19 overs.
Ben Green comes out to replace Stevie Eskenazi. Green too would classify himself with some justification as an all-rounder, so not all hope lost quite.
Here is Porter from the Graham Gooch end, bowls to Cox on 12, which plays that defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. So yeah, just mentioning for that wicket went down. I mean, Robson got 120 in 2015 as well, so he was very, very successful on this ground, and in fact even got 94 in the draw match in 2014. So that's a good one from Porter, and a play and a miss outside the off stump. So Leicestershire won the last two here, 2016, 2015, and drew in 2014. So this is at the moment the most likely result, an Essex win, and it'll be their first against Leicestershire here in 4 attempts. But yeah, some interesting names looking back. Clint Mackay was successful on this
Clint.
ground.
Yeah. I've got a Clint Mackay signed shirt. It's the only one I've got. He signed a shirt for me.
Porter again. Bowls. This is played defensively from the crease by Cox, up into the offside.
That will be one of my abiding memories of my time at behind the mic at Grace Road. The sight of Clint coming back for his 3rd season after a very relaxed pre-season, struggling up that hill and barely getting there. The first ball.
Yeah, I remember just looking at some of the other stats. Ben Rain, of course, early in his career, got 5 for 48 in the 2015 win. As Cox plays that defensively, it just misses the stumps at the far end, and it's gathered in by Mulder at mid-on. He'll be, I'm sure, getting a bowl at some point. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with us. It's Nick Ledhill with Richard Reed.
Who?
Richard Ray.
It's been a long time.
Lunch we think will be at 1:10 because of the lost time, as this next delivery is played back down the pitch, and there's no run, and 41 for 6.
Yeah, there's still 78 overs and 1 ball left to be bowled today, so every prospect of a 3-day finish.
Yes, interesting looking back on those tightly contested games. 2015, 2016, but Leicestershire coming out on top on both occasions. So here's a forcing shot from Cox up into the offside, and there is no run. Just on the Essex side, just while I'm mentioning those, a couple of key performances. Actually, Mark Bettini played for both sides. He played for Leicestershire in 2016, and he got 71 for Essex in 2014, when Jamie Foster got 82. And Ben Folkes, Foster was keeping, but Ben Folkes was playing in the Essex side as a batter only, and Folkes, I think he got 100 in 2013, which was the last time Essex won. Folkes got 120, and Jake Mickleborough made 243, a career best, in the Essex score of 521. And in that victory, Graham Napier had match figures of 7 for 90. So memories of Essex and Leicestershire.
And he was here on Friday, Graham Napier, with many other former Essex players. In goes Snater and bowls to Green, who plays solidly enough in defence out into the onside.
You know, Jake Mickleborough, I remember seeing him with Foster in a great partnership at Durham in 2010 against the then champions. 243 was his career best. I think he got another 100 against Leicestershire when I was looking. 126 in 2012. Also have a distinction of scoring half of Essex's runs when they were bowled out for 20 by Lancashire.
Snater in, bowls. That's a decent shot for leg before as well, and he's got him. It's very similar delivery to that which saw the end of Stevie Eskenazi. He was half forward, Green, and it did look to hit him on the back pad as he came forward. We'll have a look at the replay. It looked to me a slightly better shout than the Eskenazi one, but we'll wait for the replay, which makes our lives a little easier. Here we go. Front pad, actually. Yeah, I think that's probably fair enough. Quite low down on the front pad, half forward. He's a big man, Green, but he wanders off disconsolately. No score to him, and Leicestershire's collapse worsens.
Well, it was your worst fears, wasn't it, Richard?
Well, the conditions were, in favour of bowling. I didn't think it would be quite as bad as this, I have to say. I mean, one always tends to the pessimistic. I think it's a natural sort of feelings of when you follow a side around. You not necessarily because of history, but well, not quite done yet. Ben Mike in for his first game of the season can smite a long ball. He's a very correct player, and he's getting a long chat from another Ben Cox, who's been out there for a few deliveries at least. He's on 12, but Ben Mike cannot have anticipated coming in at number 9 on the third morning. Bowled pretty well yesterday, but now he finds himself required to provide some resistance with the bat.
Well, it's been a remarkable performance this by the Essex attack, and I suspect there were a few strong words said on Friday lunchtime.
There were, from what they admitted subsequently.
This is why I think this has been a very good cricket wicket, and I think this is what Essex will be looking for when the likes of Nottinghamshire and Surrey come, because you think this Essex attack, particularly if Cook is not used by England, and as the summer goes on, Harmer will have more and more to work with. You know, you think any side will find it difficult against this attack bowling well in conditions giving them a bit of help.
Snater then into Mike, who is forward on off stump, playing it back past the bowler, runs it out to Wesley at mid-off. Will they think in terms of a counter-attack? Snater's figures are rivaling those of Sam Cook in a very different sort of way. He's got a 3 for now, 3 for 5 to be exact. He's bowled 5.3 overs, and 4 of them have been maidens. Jeepers. Snater is in and bowls, and Mike is forward, thick inside edge, and lots of oohs and ahs as it runs out behind square. Allison in gentle pursuit, and Mike is off the mark with 1.
Well, last season he was never quite at his best, Snater, averaged 36 with the ball, 27 wickets, and when you combine that with the fact that Cook only took 16 wickets for Essex in the season at an average of 35. So you've got Cook and Snater going at 35, 36 apiece. And what a contrast this year, where it's very much... This is basically the Essex attack, from the sort of championship winning years. And the one thing you would say is that they've left themselves a bit of ground to make up, having lost to Somerset and Warwickshire. But this is very encouraging.
Snater into Ben Cox, a little bit short by Snater's standards in this spell, and Cox can wait for it and off the back foot turn it down to deep square. Allison had headed out there, so they wanted to give Cox one in a way. They were offering him one, and Cox happy to take it. Mike is a competent batsman.
Now, Tim on our emails thinks that we may be a bit premature in thinking Essex have got this game under... Well, I am anyway, thinking they got this game under control because, of course, they might yet get rolled out chasing about 120.
Snater is in. Mike is forward, pushing the ball firmly out into the covers. End of another successful over for Shane Snater. 3 for 7. His figures now 43 for 7 Leicestershire. The lead is 84. They're a long way from getting that 120 ahead, Mike, yet. So
that's the thing. I mean, the one thing I would say there is that perhaps, you know, conditions might improve, a bit more blue sky around during the afternoon, and I think it's not unfair on Leicestershire to say that Essex have got the stronger attack of the two in terms of seam bowling. There's probably not a lot to choose between the batting sides, but I think if Essex let this slip from here, I think they'll be very disappointed having gone into this position.
Definitely.
But fair point, Tim. But what I would say, I think the reason I was being so enthusiastic is the huge contrast between this and the first morning of the game. I mean, it is quite extraordinary. And 43 for 7, Porter, who came back and bowled a maiden over, is now going to see if he can get into the wickets himself. But Cox, who's still there, drives that one wide of mid-off and collects a single and goes to 14. 44 for 7. And the lead 84. It's one of those games when you get a situation like this, often the side batting fourth will win the game in a rush because the pressure's off and the huge momentum swing. Somehow Leicester have got to eke out another 40 or 50 runs and get that target, up around 130, 140, but there's a bit to do to get there. But Tim, fair point, but I think Essex would be, having got this position, would be desperately disappointed if they can't win the game from here. Here's one that's played away into the onside by Mike, up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Stepped right across his stumps there, took that off middle and off, almost pushing out to mid-wicket. Hence the hands on heads behind the...
Well, there's no doubt about the story of the morning. It's not actually here, it's at Headingley. Surrey 93 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 486.
It's quite a big story.
That is extraordinary.
Depends on your point of view.
Yeah.
I take your point.
This is off an inside edge down towards fine leg for a single. I think it's just because that's more of a total surprise, because you sort of half predicted this, didn't you? As that goes away for a single. The 45 for 7 is quite a story, but I would say that Surrey 93 for 6 in reply to 486 is also a very, very big story, and that is extraordinary.
This season they've recovered once from a very low score for 6 to get a decent score. I think
they're capable of it,
against Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
George Hill 3 for 10, Matt Reeves 2 for 30. That one's outside the off stump from Porter, and Cox is able to leave it alone with fine judgment. It keeps low, bounces in front of Pepper. 93 for 7 makes it even more story of the morning. 93 for 7, and Hill is 4 for 10. That is extraordinary, because I was thinking, Richard, that whoever beats Surrey, you'd almost put them down as the side that might win the championship. But Yorkshire is so inconsistent.
Yes, you'd be very surprised.
But what a story that is. 45 for 7 as this runs away off an inside edge and goes out towards deep square leg, and Cox gets a single. The only reason for saying it's more of a story is the fact that this is less surprising given the quality of the Essex attack in conditions that are favouring them. But they're both pretty big stories on a bowler-friendly morning on the day 3 of this current round of championship matches. And given the batters have had a lot of it their own way this season, perhaps that's quite appropriate. Here's Porter. Bowls. Oh, bowled him! That's a brilliant delivery from Porter. It's a bit of a loose shot on this occasion from Mike. Yeah, he was sort of playing it on the walk, and Porter has managed to rip his way through and get another wicket. 46 for 8. I think he just sort of played that on the walk and missed it. We'll see how much movement there was.
That wasn't the greatest shot that Ben has played in his career, I'm afraid.
So Porter has bowled Mike. It's 46 for 8, and he was playing it on the move as if he was going to try and hit, initially thinking of maybe hitting Porter that through mid-on, but he was in no sort of position to play at the shot in the end. Yes, he was going on the drive.
You can't expect to have without any sort of solid base to that was very airy, I'm afraid. And the ball before that, not directly before, that he'd got off the inside edge down to sort of fine-ish leg for one, and he'd walked forward on that one as well, and that hadn't looked great, and that looked, I'm afraid, even worse. Ajaz Patel has been obdurate, going in at number 10 so far this season, and has batted a lot of balls, but big ask for him now he's got to dig in and try and give Ben Cox a little bit of support.
Well, Yorkshire having a great morning, and Essex having a great morning with the ball, and well, both games, the one at Headingley and the one here, have really advanced in this session. It looked at the start of today as though this game might go all the way through to the end of tomorrow.
Snater is in. To Cox, it bounces and straightens. Play that one, and Ben Cox may have dropped his hands. Nicely taken by Michael Pepper, given the amount of movement and bounce there, but ouch. Where's all this come from? That did lots. Off a sort of gentle run.
I think the fact that Surrey are 93 for 7 does suggest that if the Essex attack can find conditions like this when Surrey come, it might be not the worst thing.
Snater is in and bowls outside off stump, steered by Cox comfortably enough, wide of backward point, and good running back from that position, deepish, to keep it 2-1. So Cox happy enough to take one. He's seen enough of Patel this season to know that the New Zealand international gets in line and has a pretty solid defence by and large. My word, he's going to need it today though. Sun comes back out, of course it does, with 4 minutes or so until lunch, so we'll get one more over, I would think, after this one.
Best conditions of the day, nice blue sky now.
Snater goes round the wicket to the left-hander and bowls, but everything nicely close together, or compact.
I'm not sure. It's almost a toss of a corner. Which is the bigger shock? Surrey being 7 down for less than 100, or Leicestershire being 8 down for 47. But it must have two extraordinary stories this morning. And as I say, I think one feature of the championship has been the dominance of the bat, particularly in April, where it's been difficult for the bowlers on the sort of pitches that we've had. And what a morning it's been.
Snater is in and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of an away movement, but it was wide and went wider, and Patel had nothing to do with it.
And one of the reasons for that, of course, is the ground staff under pressure with this pitch marking system to make sure that their pitch is ranked at least above average. I think they're being put under an awful lot of pressure.
There's a story on the Cricketer about that today, I think, that the ground staff are saying, look, it doesn't lead to competitive cricket, but look, they've got it right here. Be interesting to see what the mark is. In goes Snater and bowled! Ajaz Patel. Well, I'm saying he was obdurate and saying he had a solid defence and everything close together. That one sort of went straight on and somehow looked to play perhaps outside it. It went between pads and bat and hit the top of off, and the carnage continues. Snater now has 4 for from 6.5 overs, 4 for 8, and well, Leicestershire going to be bowled out in less than a morning.
Well, I think probably with those last 2 wickets, Essex have even moved ahead of Surrey on the national scale for the performance of the morning, because it has been remarkably consistent. That's an edge onto the stumps, maybe a touch unlucky, but Ben Cox aside, Leicestershire will feel that they've not really thrown a counter punch at all here. They have been overwhelmed. It's a little bit of a concern, because they have acquitted themselves certainly with the bat pretty well. You look at their batting averages this season, I mean, it just tells you the story. They're very good, but they've been overwhelmed here, and of course they've still got to bowl, as Tim mentioned in that email, but the lead is only 87, and it has been a tremendous performance, and 4 for 8 inside 5 overs for Shane Snater, who probably was number 11. I might this isn't ideal, and then of course sometimes when you get down to number 11, you play like a number 11. But he got some good deliveries to me in Holland, and he got out. But my word, he's turned it into from a slightly inauspicious start to a very, very good morning for him.
Well, if that was motivation for him, I would suggest to Tom Wesley and Essex that they put him in at number 11 every match, because he'll then do the business for you with the ball. So, Josh Hull, last Leicestershire man at the crease. Round the wicket goes Snater, bowls to Hull, bang on middle and off, but Hull is forward solidly enough, pushing out to Wesley at mid. Off that could be lunch. In fact, wait to see, the umpires looking at each other. That
Looks about 9 minutes past.
I can see 13:10 on the electronic scoreboard, but that may be not the clock.
Looking at the clock on the pavilion.
And we are going to have one more over. Maybe because 9 are down. Are we going to have an extra session because of that?
There we are. Of course, sometimes there can be a more straightforward explanation. Although, when you get these extended hours, does that all get altered? I'm not sure. But anyway, lunches will have been prepared.
The delicate sauces in the dug-in-sole pavilion will be starting to spoil, Nick, though. The chef will be most upset. He'll stomp out like Anatole, the French chef in P.G. Woodhouse.
Well,
the curry sauce in Annie's pantry will be going off.
I am disappointed, Richard, from your point of view. The last Leicestershire batting display is not one of their finest.
It isn't.
Which is a disappointing aspect, as Porter bowls a bouncer, as if he feels he should be having his lunch.
Looked very well. He'd have done well to reach that one.
Cox has batted well. He's on 16. Goes for a walk towards short leg, but it really has been Cox and very little else. And it is disappointing, this, from Leicestershire's point of view. 47 for 9. Yes, Essex have bowled very well, but they've just not been able to, with the exception of that counter-punch over from Cox against Cook, they've not been able to compete as they would have liked, as this is played up into the offside by Cox, and he turns down a single.
Yep, for the first time. Hull has massively improved his batting over the last year or so, and can be quite hard to extract, but I hesitate to go beyond that, because my every prediction in terms of the obduracy of the lower orders has not been fulfilled.
Here's Porter again. Bowls, that's outside the off stump and just moving away from Cox. And Paul Guppy on our emails. Hello, Paul. Essex seem to be happy to keep these games a bit of a secret from the wider public. There's nothing in the city of Chelmsford to indicate there's a game on today. Any publicity is aimed at existing members or supporters like me. Surely worth widening the net a bit. Well, I suppose headline stories like Leicestershire 47 for 9 will help with awareness, and the numbers today are slightly disappointing in terms of the public side of the ground, but those who have come, my word, they've seen a very memorable Sessions cricket. But thank you for that, Paul. Of course, the T20 tends to get more publicity, as that's a delivery which is a slightly slower one from Porter, held back, and in the end it just about beats Cox as he's pushing forward outside the off stump. But it was a nice variation from Porter.
Well, I remember, Nick, 10 years ago, the CEO of that time of Essex telling me that they made more money from one night's T20 beer sales than pretty much the entirety of the championship season. That necessarily justifies a lack of publicity for the championship games.
So it'll be interesting to see if they play on after this over, as Porter bowls, and that's driven away. Oh, it's a good shot. That's probably the shot of the morning. That's a back foot punch through the covers by Cox. My word, he's played well in these circumstances. He's gone to 20 out of 51 for 9, and that was a lovely back foot force in front of square through the covers. And
a slightly sympathetic round of applause for the 50 coming up. From the knowledgeable Essex faithful. It's such a different crowd to the T20 crowd.
Lead is
coming here.
Lead is 91. Can they get the lead up to 100? It's a wide slip in as Porter bowls, and that's driven away, and it's sort of nicely stopped at wide mid off, and that's the end of Porter's over, and we'll wait to see what happens. It looks like because there's 9 down, that will override
have a chat about it.
The view. The extension of playing hours?
Nigel Long's going, look, I'm quite hungry actually, Neil. Neil's going, yeah, the curry sauce.
So theoretically they could play to 1:40.
Oh, lordy.
There'll be a few cold lunches around, that's for certain. Well, extraordinary, 51 for 9.
And you won't be surprised to hear that Shane Snater's going to continue from the Alistair Cook end of the ground. He's going to go round the wicket to Josh Hull. He's got 2 slips, well I was going to say 2 slips in a gully, but gully's retreated to a fairly conventional backward point actually. As Snater is in and Hull edges through. So, well, it isn't taken cleanly by Harmer at second slip. It bounced well in front of him, slapped into a hand and then a calf possibly, and it went a few feet behind him. So no harm done except to Harmer's pride, I suspect, and a slight bruise on the hand. No single taken because Walter moved out behind him to pick up the ball. Wesley's, what's he saying? Go to somebody move back a little bit, but nobody has obviously responded. Snater, main flopping, is in and bowls straight, and Hull is forward, watchfully pushing the ball out towards Wesley at mid-off.
So Josh Hull, looking forward to seeing him. Difficult situation for him at bowling this afternoon, but with very few runs. Yeah, very few runs to defend. But
Green and Holland will probably take the new ball, which says something about the strength of the Foxes' attack. You know, they had Tom Helm last week on loan from Middlesex, and he made a marked difference. In goes Snater, bowls Fuller, and a vague waft in the direction of the ball from Hull. It drifts past his outside edge, low into the gloves of Pepper. Gets away with it, just couldn't resist it. Josh Hull.
Yeah, I mean, it's so the game's not over yet, but you know, with sort of the overheads easing, you'd be fairly startled if Essex can't chase down 100 this afternoon. But yeah, it's been a bit of a difficult morning for Leicestershire.
Snater is in on off stump. Hull defends. As understatements go, Nick.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
that's right.
I'm just trying to think.
Right up there.
Do you think that Grace Road would probably be? I remember it being quite flat, you know, playing there, seeing Essex play there in the past.
It will look as though it should do all sorts and play relatively blamelessly. It tends to be the way of it. Snater is in, Hull is forward again on off stump. It's a foolish delivery. He's more comfortable with that and just pushes it out into the offside. Allison, the fielder.
Because the shame for Leicestershire, as I say, for me, and the stats back it up, they've got a first division batting lineup, but it's going to be, even with a point system that rewards draws, they will have to find a couple of wins from somewhere.
I think you're right. Snater in, bowls, an inside edge and pad, lobs the ball up into the onside. Nobody remotely within catching distance, so another maiden for Steve Snater. His astonishing figures remain 4 for 8 from, how many overs has he bowled now, Steve Snater? 7? And I think 5 have been maidens, but I will check that. In the meantime, the score remains then 51 for 9, the lead 91.
Andy Livett on our emails. Do we have any knowledge on the subject of Vian Mulder staying beyond his initial stage? He could be a key addition to the Essex team going forward. Andy, I believe June 9th is the date that Mulder's contract with Essex ends. So as things stand, we would anticipate Jordan Cox taking his place in the side. It's tough for Noah Thane, I think, because Noah Thane did nothing wrong when he got that at 64 at the Oval, but obviously, even with Mulder going, Cox will be the replacement. And but the point, of course, Andy, is that Mulder has very much shown what he's about in this game, both with bat and ball. He's not going to get much of an outing with the ball, it seems, in this innings, but
He's a brilliant county,
Yeah,
ideal.
and
County
you've seen a lot
signing,
of him.
really. Yes, very good with both bat
And I
ball.
think
and
I
in
think the
field.
evidence is that Essex would be quite happy for him to come back, because this is played away off the back foot with Cook coming back into the attack, and Cox turns down the single. Rushan Alarm is also with us, but we'll bring him back in after lunch because we're not quite sure there'll just be one ball if we bring him in. But 51 for 9. He'll be back on after lunch. And we're just trying to work out when the lunch interval will be. It could be as late as 1:40, which is almost like when test matches used to start at 11:30. 51 for 9.
Yep,
So it is Cook.
Those days, yeah.
3 for 18. He's going to bowl, and that's a beauty. And again, that's a leg cutter. I think that's a ball that got Holland out, isn't it? It's just shaping away from the right-hander, and Cox was just playing at it. But yeah, just seeing Cook in this innings, he really is. He's got in ahead of Ollie Robinson. I think it's a marginal call because they're probably the like for likes, aren't they?
Robinson's got in ahead of him.
Yeah, Robinson's got ahead of him rather. Yeah, but like for like, I would say.
Yeah.
Competing for the same Chris Wokes type place. This is pulled away by Cox, but again he'll turn down the singles. It goes out towards deep square leg, protecting Josh Hull. 51 for 9.
Robinson, I mean, obviously we've seen quite a lot of him this season,
Yes.
and he impressed both at the Upton Steel and at Hove. I tell you what, he did massively, and obviously he's impressed with the bat as
It's
well.
his
I have to
runs.
say.
It's that 100 he got. That's probably made the big
what
difference.
really did impress me, I mean, you expect it with the ball in hand, but his captaincy was outstanding.
Yeah.
I thought he looked a natural skipper and looked to be enjoying himself and making changes. And
Well, 51 for 9 as Cook bowls, and that's a bit of a Chinese cut, and it's 4 valuable runs for Leicestershire going down to the final leg boundary, and Cox is coming up towards 50% of the total runs scored here. He's got 24. That was an inside edge, which he didn't know a lot
It
about.
wasn't 4 because there's a fielder.
Oh right, it was cut off. I thought it was far too
They
fine.
didn't even take 1, so it was a big fat 0, I'm afraid.
I thought he got that away, but I thought it was too fine. But no, it stopped. So he's still on strike. No run taken. 51 for 9.
Field
Cox
comes
on
in.
20. Coming towards the end of the over now. 2 balls left, and he gets another one that
That
sort of
might be
cuts him
full.
in two. Now that one has gone down towards third man. It's off the pad. Again, it's very fine, but this time it is 4. Must admit, I thought the last one was so fine, and it went so quickly. I couldn't see how fine leg is. Who is out of our sight to be, just to give you what we couldn't see that, but that must have been quite a good piece of fielding because like the one we've just seen, both have gone very fine to the boundary.
It kind of went straight to him, so he was perfectly positioned, really. But that one he couldn't get across to the offside.
No. So 55 for 9 as Cook bowls again. That's played defensively up towards mid-on, and there is no run, and it means that Hull will still have the strike. Presumably we're going to play on till 140 unless the wicket falls. 55 for 9 with Cox on 20.
Did you have a big breakfast?
And well, you could do with nudging out to get something, but we'll get a chance to do that at some
solid
point.
breakfast. Porridge was involved, so I'm okay.
Good.
I'm okay.
No, it's strange that. I must admit, as soon as I saw that, I thought there's no way a fine leg will get round to that. But I mean, it maybe went a bit squarer than I thought. But anyway, but the one afterwards, that was also very fine, but to the offside, and it resulted in 4 leg byes, and it's 55 for 9. So one way or another, Leicestershire were able to add 4 valuable runs to their total and stretch the lead to 95.
Interesting that would you Port just have 2 overs in that little spell then?
Yeah.
And then back to Cook. Wesley changing things around as he searches for this final wicket. Snater having a chat to Wesley. Wesley saying, should we bring third man in to stop Hull potentially taking one down to third man? So Cook comes in. Snater goes round the wicket to Josh Hull on off stump, and that was a good piece of field changing because it went not quite straight to Sam Cook, but close enough to him for him to fall to his right and prevent Hull from taking the one and getting Cox back down on strike.
Well, Snater's must be feeling here he's got an over at Hull. He's got a chance of getting a very cheap 5-wicket haul here. 4 for 8.
I wonder what his first-class best figures are.
That's 7, I think.
Oh, it's a 7 for.
Yeah, I'll check it out, but I think it's a 7 for.
And again, Wesley has much to say to Snater, who has much to say back, as the conversation continues.
7 for 98. So this is one of those, a bit like Matt Crixby at Southampton, where he got 5 for 9, but it wasn't his career best.
Pepper up to the stumps as Snater is in to Hull, who, did we give him the benefit and say just played inside the line? But judging by the way he rehearsed a leave, I suspect he had a little feel for that and just missed it by a good couple of inches.
But no, I think that century that Robinson got at the Oval, I think that would have been because they've got to replace Wokes' runs as well. They'll be thinking so. Obviously, they've got the likes of Atkinson, but I think that century played a big part for Robinson.
Snater in. Bowles, edge dropped at first slip. It was a difficult chance to his right for Walter because it did a lot. Took the edge, beat Pepper standing up to the stumps, went past Walter about waist height. He was reaching backwards slightly, did get his right hand to the ball, couldn't cling on, and it's run down to the boundary for 4. So it does go down as the first chance of the innings that Essex haven't been able to take. A very difficult one, but that would have been Snater's 5 for. In he runs. Bowls to Hull again, straighter, and doesn't bounce or move quite as much, and Hull can block it out to mid-on. Well, that means that Essex will have to score 3 figures to win the game.
Yep, so they've got that target up to 100. But
scant consolation for the morning's wreckage of their innings for Leicestershire, but I suppose they'll feel now they do have a little something to bowl at. Snater is in and bowls. Hull solid on off stump. The ball doesn't deviate.
A good solid defensive shot there from Hull. I think Cox is still going to protect him from Cook, but there's not a lot to choose in the figures between Cook and Snater.
No.
And I think if Cox is back on strike against Cook, he'll continue to protect him. But Hull is acquitting himself.
Well, he'll get in line, will Josh? He will do his very best, but it's when he actually starts to try and play shots that trouble can happen.
Snater will be thinking, I've got 1 ball here. I'm on 4 for 12.
So are they going to retreat and give him a single potentially? Where's Allison going? Short leg?
Yeah, it's just been a remarkable and very long morning session, but so much has happened. Remember that it started with Essex still a long way behind.
Umpire Pratt's having words as well, saying, well, if you're going to do that, you've got to put... It's all... the game has ground to a halt. Out comes a helmet for Charlie Allison. Pepper retreats. Where's he going to go in? 2 short leg. Ben Cox had something to say there, but I don't know why.
It's amazing to think that when we started today, we had a fairly normal match situation. 333 plays 281 for 8. You can't get much more normal than that.
Every prospector coming back tomorrow, but not now. Snater round the wicket to Hull, who is forward to a perfectly normal delivery. All that fuss over nothing, because it wasn't a short ball, wasn't into the ribs, and it just took a minute or 2 extra out of the game. End of the over, 59 for 9 after 27 overs of the innings.
As we should be departing fairly quickly once this wicket falls, to try and make the most of what's left for lunch. So we'll just tell you what's happened. I mean, it has been a very long session, but 12 runs were added before Holland took 2 wickets and over to end the Essex first innings. Simon Harmer, who just went across his crease and was bowled leg stump at 35, and then Shane Snater was caught behind 4th ball for a duck. 293 with Holland 4 for 54. So match situation, lead of 40. It's just a question of whether Leicestershire could bat as well as they did in the first session of the match, and the answer was a fairly emphatic no, with one exception. and that is Cox, who I think has battled really well for 20 from 50, out of 59 for 9, and Cook will bowl to him, and he just plays defensively and doesn't take the run. There's certainly a run on offer, and Cook actually does the fielding at just in front of square leg, although boundary fielder was trying to come in, but he actually got there first himself. So Patel 2, Budinger 8, early wickets to Porter and Cook, and then a real flurry. 25 for 3 when Ian Holland was caught behind off a beauty from Cook, but left him. He was out for 12. Then it was 27 for 4 soon after that, as Cook comes in to bowl once again, and Cox advances down the crease, he's trying to find 2 runs there by hitting it into the gap on the onside, but he doesn't make any contact, and it goes through to Pepper. So basically we had a flurry of wickets with Tattersall out for 3, and then we also had Ben Green out for a duck, Stephen Eskenazi for 1, Ben Mike for 2, Patel for a duck, and in amongst all this, Cox unbeaten on 20. That's a looping bouncer from Cook, which is a wide, and that means that Leicestershire lead by 100. It's 60 for 9. So Holland did make double figures 12, but the only other double figure score, Ben Cox with his unbeaten 20. And looking at the bowling, well, Porter 2 for 22 in 9 overs has actually bowled pretty well, but he's been slightly overshadowed by the other 2 performances. Cook 3 for 18 in 9 overs, and Snater 4 for 12 in 9. And it's been...
Could have been a 5 foot already.
Cook got the earlier wickets, and Snater has bagged more of the later ones. This is played from the crease, defensively up into the offside, but you kind of expect that because Snater doesn't open the bowling. But my word, he's capitalised on the excellent start given to Essex by Porter and Cook by himself removing Eskenazi, Green, Patel. And of course Nick Kelly, who funnily enough isn't actually listed on this card because he's not on this electronic card because of course he wasn't part of the original, but he was actually 4th out. This is bowled him, and that's the end of the innings, and that is Cook's 4th wicket, 4 for 19, and he gets it with a spectacular dismissal which sees the end of Ben Cox. It's an off stump, clean bowled, and Cox goes for 20, and Leicestershire have been bowled out for 60. And you mentioned earlier about the simplicity of numbers ending in 0. We had a lead of 40. Cox has made 20. Leicestershire have made 60. They lead by 100, and Essex will need 101 to win.
Yeah, another delivery that cut back quite sharply, hit the top of off, and what a bowling performance by Essex. Should be more than enough for their batters to win them the game. Astonishing stuff here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, and a shell-shocked Leicestershire will take lunch wondering how they're going to get back into this game.
Wow, absolutely spectacular. I was wondering where Kelly was on that scorecard, but I think he got a duck, didn't he? And faced quite a few deliveries, but he would have been the first for Snater. So basically, Snater 4 for 12, and Cook finishes with 4 for 19. They both, well, Snater bowled 9 overs and Cook was in his 10th, and Porter bowled 9, so that's what you call an even distribution of the workload. It's taken 27.4 overs to bowl Leicestershire out for 60. Harmer didn't bowl a ball, and neither did Vian Mulder. So a really astonishing morning, and we'll be back in 40 minutes to tell you whether Essex can get the 101 they need to win.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford, the county ground of the Essex County Cricket Club, where the crowd are in an excellent mood in what is now beautiful warm sunshine. And what a morning Essex had, bowling Leicestershire out for just 60 in their second innings, which means Essex need 101 to win the game and inflict the Foxes' fourth defeat in their first 6 championship matches. The 2 umpires are out in the middle, Neil Pratt and Nigel Long. We had a delayed lunch, partly because we were catching up on overs yesterday, but mainly because Leicestershire had lost so many wickets, and until the 10th wicket fell, we were delayed until about 1:30. But what a performance by the Essex Seamers, led from the front by Sam Cook, marvellously supported by Shane Snater. Those two shared the bulk of the wickets, but there was also useful contributions from the other seamers as well, and no call on Simon Harmer. Didn't need to in the second innings. So Essex about to resume. Paul Walter will be on strike. We're back to normal opening batters. Dean Elgar at the other end as Ian Holland goes in for Leicestershire and immediately over pitches on leg stump, clipped away by Walter down to wide long leg for 2. So already less than 100 to win the game. BBC Radio's Leicester and Essex bringing you ball by ball commentary. BBC Sport as well, in conjunction with the ECB, and on the stream provided excellently by the Essex Club. However you're watching, hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. In goes Holland and bowls to Walter, who again works into square leg, thick inside edge and pad involved, but mainly inside edge, and consequently another single is taken. Roshan Alam, myself, Richard Ray, and Nick Gledhill, your commentary team this afternoon. And we don't think, Roshan, that it'll take much more than a session really for Essex to win this one.
No, bar any sort of big surprises or a flurry of wickets, you would imagine that Essex should be fairly confident in maybe having an early afternoon home this evening.
Heavy roller did go on between innings as Holland is in to Elgar, who is working that one off stump, a little twitchily out towards backward point. Eskenazi moves around from third slip to field and there's no run.
I'm still reading from this morning. I mean, 12 wickets from really nowhere.
Yeah.
Like I didn't see it coming when I sort of got ahead this morning, certainly based on the first 2 days of play, but the conditions sort of really just favoured the bowling team, and Essex took advantage.
Holland is in, Elgar covers up, again slightly awkwardly on middle and leg, and pushes it out to Josh Hull at mid on. Yes, and many people remarked on the contrast between the opening morning when the Leicestershire batters laid the Essex seam attack to waste, really, 160 at lunch for 2 off 30 overs. Very, very different this morning as Holland is in to Elgar. Nice shape to that one, but from the arm, swung away from the left-hander, and he left it alone. Let it go through to Ben Cox, but yes, you forget that Leicestershire took 2 quick wickets in the morning. Simon Harmer and Shane Snater went for 35 and 0 respectively, leaving Vian Mulder 79 not out. Holland is in and bowls a little closer to off stump, but again not close enough to persuade Elgar to play. So between them, Messrs Walter and Elgar dealt with that opening Leicestershire over perfectly competently. So they were 293 all out, Essex in their first innings, conceding a first innings lead of 40. But my word, did their seamers respond? Jamie Porter took the first wicket, Rishi Patel leg before. Sol Budinger caught top-edged a delivery from Cook that must have looked right, about 60 feet in the air, was in the air forever before being comfortably caught by Wesley at mid-off, 14 for 2. Holland was caught behind off the bowling of Cook for 12. one of only 2 Leicestershire batsmen to get into double figures. Nick Kelly, brought in to replace the injured Jake Weatherall, was caught at second slip off the bowling of Shane Snater without scoring, though he faced the best part of more than 20 deliveries, I think, in the end. We'll go through those after this over.
There's a gentle breeze in the air as Ben Green starts from the Graham Gooch end, bowls into Paul Walter, who defends this onto the leg side. Leicestershire with, I want to say 2 slips and a gully. They've really alternated the slip cordon. We've seen at times 3 there. But this time it's Ben Cox the keeper, the 2 Patels in the slips, and then that's Eskenazi in gully.
It is.
28 on his back, so 101 the target, 98 left to get there. As Paul Walter faces up Green, bowls, it's a fuller delivery, played into the leg side, straight to fielder at mid-wicket. Breeze definitely picking up, but the sun's also out, so a very kind of mixed day of conditions here. You just wonder whether there's anything left in it for the bowlers. Can Leicestershire pull something off here? And if they do, they're going to have to do so quite quickly because they don't have a lot to defend. As Walter and Elgar, I think, batting together for the first time in this game, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember whether they were out early. As Green bowls again, this is bowled wide of the off stump and cut to the fielder at point because, yeah, of course, in their first innings they used up 2 night watchmen. The first was bowled after two deliveries, and the second went on to score a half century. So, a very unorthodox innings from Essex in the first innings, which, dare we forget, only ended a few hours ago. And here they are again, now chasing a total. I wonder whether Essex thought they'd be in this situation in the second session of day 3 as Green bowls, and this one, that's so close, whizzes past the bat. There was a bat offered by Paul Walter. It wasn't too close to the off stump, but it was the bat that looked close.
I don't know. It went between. Let's have a look at the replay. It went between bat and pad and didn't miss off stump by much. It really didn't. Swung back and taken by Cox and diving away to his right. Oof, that was close.
Early scare there for Paul Walter, then early inquiry from Ben Green, bowling from the opposite end of the ground to where we sat. Next delivery is pushed to mid-on, who dives to stop it, struggles to do so, but does get eventually the momentum out the ball. Essex, do you think they'll be in a hurry to get these?
He went quite hard at that one, didn't he, Walter?
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. You know, that ball before will have unsettled him slightly. There was marked swing back in from Green.
And here is Green in once more and bowls, and yeah, you're right, absolutely, a little bit of a in-swing as that's defended out by Paul Walter. That is the end of the over. It's a maiden, and Essex are 3 for no loss, chasing 101.
That said, it is a little quiet out there. Leicestershire are usually a lot louder in the field, and I think there's not a sense of accepting their fate as but understandable really, that after that morning, the carnage of the morning, that they'll be a little deflated at best. The captain, Holland, maybe can change that by picking up a couple of quick wickets. He's going to go round the wicket to Dean Elgar, who is fiddling that one off stump. He just looks a bit twitchy at the moment, Elgar. I don't know, I think Nick will be able to say, and yesterday Dick Davies said that he hadn't been in great touch this season, and he kind of looks as though he's feeling for the ball a little bit. I'm not sure I approve of those lime green gloves that he's got on. They're offensively light green. In goes Holland and bowls, and he plunges forward and sees the ball goes past his outside edge. Didn't do too much, the ball, but he essentially played down the wrong line.
Yeah, they are very bright green. There's a certain brand actually who all of their cricket equipment has a light green strip, so I think I know which ones he's got. I've seen them, they're quite popular ones.
Bilious, I would suggest.
Not a fan.
You've been on a cross-channel hover ferry. Holland is in, and well, there was nothing bilious about that shot from Dean Elgar. It was a little bit short outside off Stumpy stood up tall and cracked it away through extra cover for 4. Well, that will make him feel a little bit better. If indeed, given his experience, he was feeling bad in the first place.
Yeah, did have the best of times in the first innings, did Elgar say.
Just plinked up a catch to mid-off, didn't he? Wide-ish, mid-off extra cover. But he got right on top of that one. Holland is in to the experienced South African. Again, outside off stump, he lets that one go through. 7 without loss. So just 94 now needed to win.
A little bit more lift on that delivery. I thought if it was in pretty much the same position, Elgar might go for another crunch through the covers, but decided against it, read the ball well. And Walter and Elgar, these two experienced batters who bat together a lot.
Holland, elbows jutting, runs away from us and bowls, and bottom hand off the bat from Elgar as he drops that one down in front of him, and then rather oddly, sort of as it rolls away from him, pokes his bat at the ball as though trying to help it further on its way.
Well, these two batters are very experienced. There's no rush here really. I mean, yes, they want to get the job done competently and not grind out 100 runs over 2 sessions, but there's no need to take risks this early on.
Holland is in, outside off stump, a tempter. Elgar, having picked up 4 earlier in the over, is not to be tempted. End of the 3rd over, no real alarms. The only really alarming delivery from Essex's point of view was that ball from Ben Green against Walter that swung back in and between bat and pad and didn't miss off stump by much. Otherwise, all is well in Essex's world.
And if you're Leicestershire, do you do anything different? Do you try and play slightly more aggressive field settings? Do you try and play a little mind game? Green's going to begin a new over. His last was a maiden. Bowls into Paul Walter, who pushes this directly to mid-on. I just wonder whether, if you're Leicestershire, at what point, because at some point it may well happen where they go, right, well, this game is, if not already away from us, is, what point do you give up the fight? Because we see quite often when it's a low target, there's a point where shoulders drop and the teams are going through the motions, but early on, with two batters who didn't really have the best first innings, I just wonder whether Leicestershire could be doing a little bit more as Green comes in, bowls short, and Walter is troubled by that one, finds it by his feet really, doesn't manage to get a shot away, and in the end Paul Walter helps the ball to the fielder. It's Essex batting, chasing 101. They're 7 for no loss. Paul Walter and Dean Elgar, the two batters in, after dismissing Leicestershire for 60 in an incredible morning in which 12 wickets fell, the first 2 the tail end of the Essex innings. Here's Green again, bowls a short delivery, and that's whipped straight through to the wicket-keeper, Ben Cox. So there's a little bit there to trouble Paul Walter early on, but again, no risks needed, no risks being taken as Essex look to secure a victory against Leicestershire on day 3 of this county championship match between Essex and Leicestershire. Team started in 7th and 9th respectively, actually, why not? Here's Green bowling from the far end into Paul Walter, who places off the pads into the leg side straight to the fielder. And there's no run taken. And Walter was also out cheaply, so Essex, they came into bat quite late on day 1, so sent in a night watchman in the form of Sam Cook, but he was out after 2 deliveries, and then they sent in another night watchman, Jamie Porter. He went on to score a half century. Green again, bowls full delivery, almost Yorker length, into the ankles of Paul Walter, who blocks this one out for no run. Would love your thoughts on this match if you're listening. EssexCricket@bbc.co.uk is the email. colleague Nick Gledhill is in charge of the laptop and the emails in the inbox.
7 without loss in their second innings. Remember, they need just 101.
It's Green.
To beat the
Jogs in
Foxes
again
after
from the Graham Gooch
a
end.
really
Bowls on the leg side this time. This is flicked off the pads. This should go for 4 over at the deep square leg boundary. So after a little tussle during that over, Paul Walter does get his runs and gets a boundary and takes something from Green, who's actually been quite tidy up till now. So that's the over, 4 runs from it. Paul Walter moves to 7. Dean Elgar's there on 4, and Essex now 11 with no loss. 101 the target, so they need 90 more runs to win. I think we can even, with the most balanced of opinions, say Essex should really secure this victory. The question now is whether they canter to victory at a steady pace or whether they do it at a slower pace, and are there more spanners to come in this works? New over then, it's going to be Holland bowling, and Elgar drives but straight back to the bowler for no run. We've got 2 slips in place and then quite a gap and then gully, but no third man, which has sort of been the trend during this game. We've seen that quite a lot, where there's not been a third man, and runs have leaked in that quadrant of the ground. As the captain Ian Holland takes his mark back up at the Sir Alistair Cook end, runs in, bowls down the leg side, and Elgar gets a bat to that. It's pushed only as far as the field at mid wickets, and they'll jog across for a single, so another one's added to the total. Essex are 12 with no loss now. Walter on 7, Elgar on 5, and 89 runs now to knock off to secure a victory in this county championship match. And Ian Holland, the Leicestershire captain, just having a chat with some of his fielders on the leg side. Holland again.
Okay.
Ian has brought in a fielder close into Walter, who defends onto the offside. Yeah, as a fielder now, it kind of short mid wicket is what I'd call that position. Essex then 12 for no loss. 101 is the target. Paul Walter on 7, Elgar on 5. We've now gone down to 1 slip and 1 gully, so a slight changing fielding position as Holland bowls, and this one's a little bit of movement as it goes down the offside and it's left by fielder, so they're sort of nipping away from the batter there. So even though they've just got rid of a slip fielder, I'd say there's a fair argument to bring another one in.
Yeah, I suppose they have nothing much to lose really by putting in an extra slip, but it was a little bit of a way swing, but it didn't really sort of nip too much.
Holland bowls driven by Walter straight to fielder at sort of wide mid-off.
They look like a side that's been thoroughly ticked off actually during the lunch interval. You know, there's a lot of hands on hips out there, the Leicestershire players.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to pick yourself up. Like, how do you try and stay in the game, stay motivated when you're defending 101 as Holland bowls, and this one again, movement, pitches on the off stump and then pings away from the batter for no run, and that will conclude the over. Yes, 1 run from it, and it's 12 for no loss.
It's not easy for right arm seamers going around the wicket to swing it away from a left-hander, and that's what Holland, he has that ability. It's at a fairly gentle pace though at the moment, and it's a little bit sort of from the arm, and the swing goes quite early. It sort of comes in and then moves away, but it all happens quite early, just at the moment, so the batsman can leave fairly comfortably. Elgar then takes guard from umpire Long. He's got it right, it would appear. He's got 2 slips behind him, Messrs Rishi and Ajaz Patel, not related. Eskenazi's at about 4th slip as in goes Green and bowls. Elgar pushes firmly, but only as far as Holland at mid-on, who uses the sweat from his brow from his previous over to polish the ball, add a little polish to the ball. 12 without loss, so 93. No,
89.
Richard, 89, not even close. Green is in, bowls and whipped away to mid-wicket. Beautiful shot by Elgar. It was in the slot for that shot, but still timed the pants off that one, and it fairly raced away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, nicely timed shot there. They've picked their shots. There's absolutely no pressure. This is low pressure batting. No need to take a risk. Play the balls you can play. That was a perfect example of Dean Elgar doing Dean Elgar things, really.
Green examines the ball, jogs in round the wicket, bowls again to Elgar, rises nicely on him from just outside off stump, but plays it well by not playing it, just pulls away from the ball, follows it, watches it into the gloves of Cox behind the stumps. Lovely sight. All cricket grounds are a sort of lovely sight, aren't they? When the sun is out, really. And this isn't the most picturesque of cricket grounds. I don't think even its biggest friend would say that. In goes Green and bowls a beauty that beats Elgar on the back foot, and Green gives him an arch look as he turns away. Elgar's been had evil looks from great bowlers over the years, I'm sure, in international cricket, so that won't worry him at all, but that was a little victory for the bowler. But the sun is shining on the emerald outfield here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Green is in again to Elgar outside off stump. It bounces. He left it on length as well as direction, and it bounced well over the angle of stump and off bail. 16 without loss. 85 then now needed. Glances to his right to get confirmation of that. Green is in and bowls. Elgar is pushing it away just wide of mid-wicket and wide of mid-on as well, who has to scramble across to his left. Ian Holland, and Elgar takes 117 without loss then after 4, and that 101 target looks very, very attainable. They have had no real issues so far, Paul Walter and Dean Elgar.
Well, what do you do here if you're Leicestershire? Do you look to maybe have a fielder in a slightly more aggressive position? Do you keep changing the bowlers so that your batters can't get into rhythm and treat it almost like a T20 defence?
They've put Eskenazi in at a short mid-wicket, haven't they? But who's the most likely to take wickets? Probably the two men who are bowling at the moment. So
yeah, it's an interesting field placement here. So one slip in place and then another slip in sort of fourth slip position as Ian Holland begins a new over, and that's let go tentatively by Elgar. I thought about prodding it. There was definitely almost a trigger movement towards the ball before deciding better of it. So Essex remains 17 for no losses. The ground starts to fill up a little bit more than it was this morning.
Word has got out.
Word has got out that there's a win on the cards and a chase is on. And also the sun is out. I mean, what a great combination to come out and watch the cricket as Ian Holland jogs in and bowls, and again a little bit of movement. That was pitching on off and then moving away from the batter. Elgar offers no interest in that delivery.
They haven't got a great deal to gain, these two Essex openers, have they? It'd be nice to get a unbeaten half century, something like that, boost the old average.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, you know, got a split 100 between the two and a not out would absolutely help the old averages out, wouldn't that?
Elgar's found a crack in his bat, so he's asked for permission to no, he's saying that it's got the old it's coming out of the handles loose. Umpire looks as though he sort of wants a bit of confirmation about that, but what can you do? You've got to take the batter's word, haven't you? Out comes the 12th man. Matching.
I knew you were going to notice that. The Elgar has gone for it's a particular brand of
Which brand is it?
I think it's Kookaburra.
Is it Kookaburras? Yeah.
Yeah, they've got.
They do tend to.
And I do have a confession to make. I have the same gloves, and that's why I know that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you, by George?
I mean, I bought them on offer as opposed to any
What do they cost you these? What do they cost these days?
I think I can't remember. I got them maybe like 20 quid. 30
Oh,
quid.
that's not bad.
Really,
I was thinking of something ridiculous.
No, it's a really good deal. As Holland continues, Elgar has his new bat, and this is bowled on middle stump just to give Elgar something to think about. And Elgar sort of reacts on the back foot, looking to maybe whip it away onto the leg side, and doesn't quite connect. The ball ends up at cover for no run.
I say that, but on the other hand, you have got to wear lurid green gloves that draw attention to you.
I tell you where the green is really prominent. It's on the inside of the pads. So if you get the match trick, which I also have, it's very lime green on the inside, which can be distracting. Here's Holland to Elgar, and that's aimed towards the leg stump. So a little bit of variation here from Holland, trying to mix it up a little bit.
Well, I'll take listeners back deep into the past. The first time when I was playing that a little bit of colour was actually introduced was by a company called Duncan Fernley in Worcester, and Ian Botham used to wear their pads and they put green piping on them.
Piping.
Every kid who played cricket wanted those green piping pads.
Holland in and bowls this time on the off stump, and a bit of movement once more as it moves away from the batter into the hands of the keeper. No run.
That would have been about 1980, 81, that sort of time. Botham's Ashes, and he my word, we all wanted them. I'd say every kid, every bloke as well.
Well, it's all about the flashy
Club
trainers
cricketer.
these days, isn't it? I mean, Shakib Al Hassan, the Bangladeshi all-rounder, famous for wearing lime green trainers. Didn't matter which format it was playing. Could be in all whites, but still lime green. As the next delivery from Holland is played to that fielder, has been brought in at a sort of a short mid-offish position. I describe that as
Mid-wicket, sort of mid-on to the left-hander.
of course, yeah, short mid-wicket, yes, and.
Eskenazi, with the one that maybe just stops and pops up, but no sign of that really happening. The sun is high on the pitch at the moment, but with the heavy roller having gone on again in between innings, the pitch looks almost, you can't see any real green on it now at all, just maybe down one side, but it's partly because of the sun reflecting in it. Once the shade comes or a cloud comes across, you can see a bit more. But Essex boys got plenty of movement with the ball this morning. Ben Green round the wicket, bowls, Walter drives and misses, and it goes again between bat and pads through to Cox. Not as close to the off stump this time. He did rather launch himself at that one. Big Paul Walter missed it. Score remains 17 without loss.
It was the first time I've seen a real swing and a miss from Paul Walter in this innings. He's been fairly composed.
I wonder if any listeners remember those pads, and both also used to, and the Duncan Fernley bats as well. I don't know if they're still a thing. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. Walter tries to chop him away. It doesn't really get up, and it goes underneath his bat through to Cox.
Of course, now when international cricketers are wearing like bright coloured trainers, and I've seen bright orange ones, lime green ones, it becomes...
Not in test matches, though. They're one-day stuff, do you mean? Or?
Yeah, mainly one-day stuff.
Yeah.
Although I'm starting to think now, I'm pretty certain I've seen Shakib wearing bright trainers whilst also playing a test match. Well, I'll see if I can find an image online.
Green is in, past umpire long, and bowls straight, full, waiting for it. Walter just blocks it carefully out to mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, do get in touch with us. This is my last hour or so on the mic, so richardray23@gmail.com finds me. If you want to get in touch directly with me, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk finds Nick. In goes Green, and Walter on the move rather, as that one swings in and he pushes firmly again, this time to mid-on, and there is no run.
The breeze starts to pick up across the ground. We've got the windows open in the commentary box today, and it's quite a nice breeze actually. It's turning into quite a beautiful day. The sun's out now. The wind's picked up gently.
Summer's coming, isn't it?
Yeah,
apparently.
it's
sort of
flirting.
Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. Green is in and bowls. Walter drives pleasantly, but had to check the shot slightly. It wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, and there was still a little bit of movement back in, so pushed firmly as much as driven to mid off, and there's no run. So Budinger, the fielder, even Budinger, who is normally vocal, or one of the vocal ones in the outfield, is quiet-ish by his standards. Rishi Patel, a little cry of encouragement. Normally you can hear him fields away. Not today. In goes Green and bowls. Walter is defending on middle and leg and pushing down the pitch on the onside end of the over. Was that a maiden? I think it was.
It was a maiden, yeah.
It wasn't for want of trying on the part of Paul Walter, who was trying very hard to get it away. Wasn't quite able to do so, but once again, no real problems for Essex. 17 without loss, needing 101 to win.
And Richard Ray, you're going to take a little break and shortly be replaced by Nick Gledhill, who's going to join me ever so shortly. So 17 with no loss are Essex. They are chasing 101 on day 3 of this county championship match. This after they bowled Leicestershire out for 60 runs in their second innings. It's a new over from Ian Holland from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He bowls, and that's well wide of the off stump, left by the batter. Elgar not interested at all, and it's straight through to the gloves of the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. 17 for no loss. They need another 84 runs to win, and they're going about it very professionally. Are Essex about 2 and over. They're not playing any silly shots, not taking any risks, just playing the balls that are there to be played. As Ian Holland begins his jogging run up in, and this time it's bowled on the middle stump, and Elgar has something to think about with that delivery. Blocks it out, no run. And the sun is properly out now here at Chelmsford. Didn't see this coming a couple of days ago when rain was predicted on certain weather apps. I'm not going to grasp who they were, but there was a weather app that told me rain was coming all day, and the rain never came. There was a little bit last night, but today it's been slightly overcast, but now the sun is out as Holland bowls again. Gets blocked out again once more by Elgar to cover for no run. Essex 17 for no loss. Remember, 101 is the target. Paul Walter and Dean Elgar, Essex's ever-present, reliable opening duo. We'll be hoping to see this one out. As Ian Holland bowling from just beneath us, Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowls again, this time on the leg side, and Elgar gets a bat to this. It's going to go all the way down to wide fine leg, where there is a fielder in pursuit who manages to cut it off, but they'll add a couple to the total. And so Essex move to 19 for no loss. The target now 82 runs remaining.
Well, it's as if the morning session never happened. It's as if we've resumed it. 281 for 8, was it? It implied a 333, and the game's just continuing as it had been in the first 2 days. It's extraordinary.
It does feel like that first session was a kind of an entirely different day, as Holland bowls, and it's a leg stump delivery again, and it's played down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, Nick, it almost feels like that first session didn't happen because it was such a different set of conditions. There was cloud cover, there was a bit of like almost moisture in the air, and the conditions really served the bowlers, as 12 wickets fell in one session. As
Richard particularly was alluding to, funnily enough, I still think Leicestershire would have been under a lot of pressure, but let's say that Harmer and Mulder had batted out in the morning session and Leicestershire were now batting in these conditions. Maybe it would be a bit more difficult, but of course they'd be under more scoreboard pressure then.
Let's see what Ian Holland has for his final delivery over. It's a fine delivery, bang on middle stump, and it's blocked out by Paul Walter for the over, 3 from it. Essex 20 for no loss, the target 101, so Essex need 81 more runs to win.
Walter's been a bit hit and miss this year with the bat. I think it's fair to say he's actually got a century and a 50, but overall averaging 29 coming into this game, and of course a low score in the first innings. So 261 runs coming into this game. It's not too bad at all, but you feel as though his form has just fluctuated a little bit, feast and famine if you like. But he would like to bat through here if he can.
Absolutely, I think a half century each unbeaten would do no harm to their averages.
So it is 20 without loss, and it is Green bowling outside the off stump, former Somerset man, and that is a good delivery which just gets past the outside edge of Elgar. Elgar on 13, Walter on 7, no extras so far. It was quite close to Elgar's off stump, but not didn't unduly alarm the Essex opener. Essex need a further 81, and they've got, well, most of 5 sessions to get them in. A slip and a gully, or if you like a 4 slip, a big gap between the two, and a short mid wicket, and here Elgar gets one off an inside edge which goes out towards fine leg, and there will be a single. So that wasn't quite what he was intending, but he gets another run onto the total. If you're listening online, I think we had some problems at the start of the session. I think there were 2 outputs going out at one time, but I think we've managed to solve that with the new modern technology. So hopefully hearing us loud and clear, and just us and nobody else, apart from the odd bit of audio from reaction from the crowd.
Gosh, sorry about that. Nobody needs to hear me twice.
I think we were going out fine on the stream. 21 for no wicket, sun shining, Green bowls, it's outside the off stump and left alone. So yeah, it's as if we're back into normal cricket after what happened this morning, which was far from normal. It looked as though it was a Pyrrhic victory, I think is the phrase, isn't it, when Leicestershire got those 2 wickets very quickly. Got a lead of 40, all that was very good, but then they ended up batting in very difficult conditions, and were bowled out for 60. Think of another famous 60 all out, Roshan?
I could probably find you a few Bangladesh test innings in the noughties.
Well, the most famous one. That's a beautiful delivery which is just shaping inside the line there of Walter. He's playing and missing, and actually that was shaping back into him. So that was a nice piece of bowling. Well, Stuart Broad took 8 for 15. There's a clue.
That Australia.
Yeah, 2015 Ashes.
2015 Ashes, yeah. I was going to say.
So Leicestershire in reasonable company there. There's probably been a few other 60s, but
yeah, I mean,
that's the famous one.
Yeah, that's the famous one. When you follow Bangladesh, you've witnessed a few all-outs for less than 60, if I'm honest.
As this next delivery played defensively up into the onside, bat and pad together, and there is no run. Well, we mentioned that Surrey had got themselves into all sorts of bother at Headingley, but typically Surrey, in fact, our BBC London colleague Mark Church once wrote a book called Typical Surrey about their 2018 Championship triumph. But they do bat a long way down, and Josh Blake and Sean Abbott are shoring things up. 149 for 7, but they're still 337 behind Yorkshire. As here, as the appeal for LBW, as Walter came down the pitch and looked to drive that down the ground, it's rolled out into the offside. And Leicestershire bowling okay, but their attack is not in the class of the Essex one, and the Essex one had conditions very much in their favour this morning and made full use of it. Interesting morning at Southampton, where Hampshire fought back and conceded a first innings deficit of only 15, which was creditable. They have Sonny Baker and Kyle Abbott principally to thank for that success. They took virtually all the wickets between them, and that Nottinghamshire score of 229, which will be a touch disappointed about. Liam Patterson-White batting down the order at number 8, got 48, but it was Abbott 4 for 40 and Sonny Baker 5 for 45 in 15 overs and 1 ball. And given that's 5 wickets against Notts, top of the table, that's good news. I wonder if Sonny Baker might get his Test debut in a couple of weeks' time. Of course, I doubt he'll have much availability for Hampshire, and they do need him. But good to see him doing well there. He's had a good season. And here's Josh Hull, one-time England bowler, and hopefully again bowls, and that's clubbed away off the bat foot, and that's going to go away for 4. That was just a little bit too short to Elgar. Hit that away for 4. It's gone to 25 for no wicket and 76 needed. So very much Abbott and Baker between them, and Hampshire have lost a wicket in their second innings. They trail by 5, and They are on 10 for 1, I believe it is at the moment. Just get a confirmation of that in a second. Here's Hull coming into bowl, and that's going down the leg side, and quite a loose delivery, and Elgar gets inside the line. Looks like, unfortunately, Toby Albert's very lean run as an opener is continuing there, so he's the one to go. So 10 for 1, they trail by 5 in that one at the Utility Bowl, but probably one of Hampshire's best mornings of the season, certainly in their home games. They've been very unsuccessful. Close game against Somerset, but some bad defeats other than that. Here's Josh Hull at 25 for no wicket, coming into bowl. There's an appeal for LBW there. I think that's a good one, and it's given out. That was a nice piece of bowling from Hull, and just seemed to play around it. A bit of a hesitation, actually, a bit of a delay before Elgar's walking off, but seemed to just play around it. We'll be interested to see the replay, Roshan. It was all very sort of slow motion, that. A bit of a delay before the decision, a bit of a delay before Elgar walked off, but Hull's got his wicket, and that will do his confidence some good. And I was just saying that the one story to trump Baker's 5 for and what happened this morning would be Hull getting a stack of wickets. What do you think?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, against the flow of play that from Josh Hull, because the first two deliveries have been slightly wild, if I'm honest, but
yeah,
managed to get that on.
Did it pitch outside the leg stump? That's maybe what Elgar's thinking.
No, it looked to me like it pitched on sort of middle to leg, maybe, but
yeah,
Elgar trying to play.
He was very surprised because he wasn't basically looking at the umpire.
Yeah,
there.
I wonder if it straightened up a little bit actually, because it looked like Elgar thought it was going down the leg side and he would just flick it on. So
of course can't be able to pitch it outside the leg stump, or if it hits him in outside the line of the off stump. That one was more the former, but it was a nice delivery from Hull. As I say, it'd be even. It's very hard to see how Leicestershire are going to win this game. But I'll tell you what, from a national perspective, Josh Hull can have a good afternoon here. That would be interesting. 25 for 1. And Wesley comes in to join Paul Walter, and Dean Elgar not having the best of games with the bat, but of course that's largely been true of the Essex top order. Charlie Allison aside so far, and VN Mulder was batting at number 8, so probably wasn't he? So he didn't really count as top order.
Yeah, kind of no, yeah. Well.
25 for 1. Anyway, it's going to be Hull to bowl to Wesley with 76 needed, 2 slips in. Bowls, and Wesley gets one which he just plays a check shot to, and it rolls out to Ian Holland at mid-on, and there is no run. So Elgar 18 from 34 balls, and that adds to his 14 in the first innings, so not quite the return he would have wanted, but maybe the result will go his side's way.
I really enjoy Josh Hull's run-up. It's ever so slightly more diagonal to a traditional fast ball.
It's lovely and lucid, isn't it? I'll tell you somebody who does remind me of from a few years ago. It's played defensively, head over the ball by Wesley, up into the offside, and there's no run. Alan Mullally, left-arm seamer with a sort of similar approach to the crease. As I say, Essex won't want Josh Hull to have too good an afternoon, but I don't think anyone would begrudge him having a bit of success here, and it was a decent delivery to get Dean Elgar out, even though Elgar wasn't obviously completely happy with the decision, and the umpire took his time in making it.
I think Elgar will watch that back and think fair enough though.
Yeah, it didn't look to have much wrong. If it was pitching in line, there's no height issue, as Wesley leaving it alone outside the off stump. Barry Banks, hello to you. Isle of Wight. When I was playing, the red Allen Knott wicketkeeper gloves were for me. Not that it made me any better, but I did feel as though I looked the part. So you wearing those gloves, you felt that was the critical thing. It made you feel good wearing those keeper gloves. What a great man Allen Knott was for England and Kent. And thanks for the kind comments on the commentary, Barry. Thank you.
Yeah, we're discussing coloured kit, a la the kind of lime green gloves that Dean Elgar was wearing, and I have to confess they're the same ones I own, although I imagine Elgar's got a slightly more professional grade. But yeah, there's a particular brand who the trim is all very light green, which is convenient to find in a kit bag, but can look slightly garish from a distance occasionally. New over there, it's going to be Paul Walter facing the first delivery from Green. He blocks this one out for no run.
Close of play in the test match, and Bangladesh 110 for 3 lead Pakistan by 156 for. So you happy with that?
I think they'll take that at the end of day 2.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah, because it's been their day.
Plenty.
They bowled Pakistan out, looking for 4 straight wins against Pakistan.
Should be remarkable.
Is this the last test of a series?
Yeah, 2 test series. It's the World Test Championships.
I tell you what, they're threatening to get themselves into a mess about having these single test series and more 5 test series, aren't they?
Oh, I'm not a fan at all. Here's Green bowls again, and Walter plays out to the leg side. And there's a debate that these tours would look like, say England went to Bangladesh, you'd have 1 test match and then maybe 5 ODI, so you'd compensate the loss of test matches with white ball cricket, which might be more financially
possibly
viable.
But it's you're going to have 6 test summers with a lot of 5 test series and single tests, and maybe I think it's India, South Africa maybe going to become a 5 test series.
Here's Green in again from the Graham Gooch end, and bowled on middle and off, defended by Paul Walter again.
And I think that I always thought was simpler. The issue was, of course, England, India, Australia became 5 test series, with no real history of it in either case, or sustained history. And of course 4 test series are quite easy to schedule, because you can schedule a test, have a break, 3 or 4 days, another one, and a week's break, and it can all be over in 5 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. As Green is in again, bowls to Walter, who gets an edge.
Well, out.
An out taken.
Nice ball, 27 for 2, and well, as Barry Davis once, we can say interesting. We can't say very interesting yet, but it's a good little riposte from Leicestershire, and they'll just be alarmed at how they folded so meekly, because Essex did bowl well, but Ben Cox aside, they've got to be really disappointed with the way they batted, and they'll just be thinking. I think we mentioned earlier, if they could have a lead of about 170, they'd feel they were in the game.
Yeah.
And 25 for 2, 76 needed. And well done to Ben Green. That looked a reasonable shout. He was just pushing half forward, and yeah, it was a much quicker decision, that one.
Yeah, more so. It's definitely more sure of it. Just having a look at the replays now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hitting the pads of tall Paul Walter. It's
suggesting there's still something in the pitch, and maybe what we're seeing now is the sort of lacquer wearing off, or the roller wearing off, and basically you're getting a little bit more movement for the medium pacers.
Looks that way. So Leicestershire with something to say in this chase, 25 for 2. It's not quite the collapse we saw in the Leicestershire innings. I think they were 4 down by this point, but
this really would be an interesting game if it was a 170 chase. It's. I think Leicestershire will be desperately disappointed about what happened this morning.
Yeah, it was the literally game-changing innings. But it feels like a different day now, because the conditions out there, yeah, there's something in it for the bowlers, but not to the extent that Essex were able to exploit the conditions and really skittle Leicestershire out extremely cheaply. So Charlie Allison's going to be the new man out. It's part of an important partnership in the first innings, scored 72.
Warwickshire are keeping themselves alive at Edgbaston against Glamorgan. They've had a pretty good day. 252 all out. They now have Glamorgan 12 for 2, so Glamorgan lead by 120. So that game is starting to even up.
Here's Green, Allison's first ball. Wicketkeeper's right up to the stumps as Allison defends this out.
I think they were 123 for 6 overnight, so 252 is okay. Gives them a batting point, and then Glamorgan 12 for 2, and 2 wickets to Ethan Bamber, who got runs earlier as well. So, yeah, Warwickshire, my dark horse pick, as I probably mentioned at the Oval.
Yes,
you think you've got them beaten, and they come back. That's the thing about them. And Essex found that out a few weeks ago.
Ben Green begins the run up from the Graham Gooch end into Allison, who lets this one through to Ben Cox, the keeper, right up to the stumps for that delivery. So it's a wicket maiden for Green. So even though the target's not a big one, and even though Essex seemingly on their way, quarter of the way there, Leicestershire still with something to say.
Well, you feel time is starting to run out for Somerset, because there's not been much play at Taunton today. Sussex are 155 for 3, and well, they're still miles behind, 371 behind, but basically Somerset have got, well, a session and a half to take 17 more wickets, and they don't want too much more rain there. The West has done worse, I think, than certainly these parts of the weather in these last few days, but it's going to be lovely everywhere very soon. Hull comes into bowl, and this is driven nicely up towards mid-off by Wesley, who got that 100 at the Oval. The game had sort of petered out a bit, and it was more of an exhibition towards the end, but it was a very good one. And I think he'll be looking to get his side over the line. I think there was a feeling that Essex, after those 2 defeats against Somerset and Warwickshire, needed to capitalise on this duo of games against Hampshire and Leicestershire. And without it being entirely straightforward, particularly on the morning of day 1 here, they appear to be doing more or less that. Here's Josh Hull again. Languid approach, bowls, and Wesley plays it away for a single, just wide of mid-on. Leicestershire fielding keenly, and probably just thinking, well, an extra 50 or 60 runs, and who knows what might have been possible.
Yeah,
surely it's too much.
Yeah, there's certainly a spring in their step after those 2 wickets. Maybe just that's the motivation they needed, just to give them a little bit of motivation in the field. They've not got a lot to defend here, but 2 quick wickets.
Curious thing, Beckenham's not that far from here. Sort of South London. They haven't played at all today. That's bad news for Kent, who will bang on top against Durham there. It's a loose delivery outside the off stump, and equally loose shot actually from Allison. He's reaching across to that, trying to get a bat on it, but could easily have brought about his dismissal. He reached for it. I think he was just trying to glide it away, sort of backward square on the offside, and almost got himself into bother. Only the 3rd ball he's faced, and he could have been the last. Hull will take a note of that and try and tempt him into something similar, to a bit closer to the stumps. 2 slips waiting, and Hull up to the wicket bowls, and that's a good delivery from Hull in the circumstances. It is closer to the off stump, but Allison, once bitten twice shy, is not having anything to do with that. But well, Leicestershire basically they've dried the runs up, and they've taken a couple of wickets, but it's just that missing 50 or 60 runs, which getting a first innings lead of 40 on a pitch that's behaving like this, that's useful, and they'll be very frustrated by what's happened.
Yeah, they failed to capitalise, and I think the collapse that's happened with their batting will also be fresh in their minds, which certainly won't help this afternoon.
Hull up to the wicket bowls to Allison, and Allison gets one on his pads as he works away for a single just up towards Ian Holland. Charlie Allison, who batted superbly in the first innings, and in a way Porter took the headlines because of his maiden 50, but Allison's innings was absolutely critical, and Leicestershire, as it turned out, really were 1 wicket away from putting Essex into all sorts of bother there, given the fact that Critchley and Pepper went relatively cheaply when they did bat. They could have been in all sorts of trouble. 27 for 2. Hull up to the wicket, bowls, and that's hit in the air. Should be a catch at mid-on for Holland, and he's taken it, and it's 27 for 3. Very interesting, I think we can now say. And Josh Hull has got 2 wickets, and I was joking to one of our colleagues from the press that the only thing left in this game is for Josh Hull to take 5 for 10. Well, he's got 2 for 6, and that ball climbed on Wesley, and he's just basically a miscued tennis smash to mid-on. Now 27 for 3. Again, you feel Leicestershire are runs short here, but you can see the spring in the step now, and Josh Hull has done very well indeed. It's a difficult situation. There isn't much for him to play with, but he's brought about 2 dismissals of very good batters, and that one just climbed a little bit. He took it off the bottom half of the bat, and it just spooned up to Holland at mid-on, and it's 27 for 3. with Wesley gone, and he's made 1, Elgar 18 and Water 7, and Critchley will need to pretend that this is Hampshire he's playing now, because that's where he gets the runs, and he's coming in to join Allison. But well, it's been quite a day, hasn't it?
You're telling me, I mean, Essex making far more hard work of this than it needed to be. We thought 101 target, nice and steady, knock off the runs, but clearly still something in this pitch for the bowlers.
Well, Richard's been out of the box for about half an hour. He's missed 2 runs and he's missed 3 wickets, I think. Was there no wickets down when he left, I think?
No, you're right, yeah, I believe so.
So...
Terrible shot. No toes there.
It looked like, I mean, as I say, it was an odd one. He got the sort of toe end of the bat. But well done to Josh Hull. 27 for 3, and the target is 101. It's 74 away.
Well, what further twists have we got coming up as Ben Green bowls the first delivery of the next over, and this is blocked out by Charlie Allison. You've got 2 very competent batters. Obviously, Allison in his second county season, but with him Tom Critchley. Are these the 2 guys to try and see it over the line? Allison came in to the first innings when Essex were in a spot of bother, but managed to navigate quite a big old partnership with...
Did they get to the stage where Porter needs to be promoted?
It would be the perfect final chapter if Porter was to see them over the line. Here's Green bowling to Allison, who drives. There's a fielder, takes a dive to stop that extra cover. Very good stop, prevents 4 runs, so it's another dot ball.
Serious, Wishan. Essex have got an attack that's capable of winning the championship. I mean, it's an awful long way away, given the fact they've lost to Somerset and Warwickshire, but they are one of the strongest attacks. Interesting to see what they do when Mulder's bowling is replaced by Cox only as a batter. Whether Thane comes back and they leave somebody out, or they gamble on just playing 3 seamers and maybe trying to get a few overs out of Paul Water.
Here's Green, bowls again to Allison, who blocks this out. Yeah, I mean, Mulder's contribution today, just if they weren't sure whether they were going to miss them, missing that 79 earlier today.
But, and the but is, at the moment, it's probably fair to say that they're not screaming at you as a championship winning batting side at the moment. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. I
mean, they did well at the Oval, did well obviously at Southampton, but the top order's not had a good game.
Here's Green, bowls again, driven. This time it will get past the field with a cover. That should be 4 for Allison. It is 4 for Allison as he stands in his crease and watches the ball bounce over the rope. So calm boundary from Allison.
Yeah, he's had a very good game.
Yeah, it was a very textbook shot, leaning forward, holds a posture as the ball went through. So Allison moves to 5. Critchley's yet to face a ball, and Essex are 31 for 3. They need another 70 odd to win.
Well, whatever happens, Rishan, when Cox comes back, Allison will not be left out.
Of course, totally.
He'll probably bat at 5. I can't see him dislodging Cox from 4, but he's not going to be left out. He's too valuable.
Yeah, he's all guns blazing. He's in the England Lions squad as well to face South Africa A. So
yeah, hopefully he'll do well on that. That's good news for him.
It's super exciting news for him as Allison face up for the next delivery. This is guided down towards third man. Now, Leicestershire do have a fielder there, so they'll just jog across for a single.
I'm just seeing if those England Lions games overlap with that game on the 12th at Grace Road. That's when Essex are next in championship action.
Would that make a selection headache slightly easier for Essex potentially?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, because looking at the dates, I think they're late. Yes, the first one is the 29th of May. That's the one at Beckenham. There's one at Arundel as well.
Stunning ground.
Yeah, that'll be a nice venue. Oh, that's before it.
Green, and the next delivery is blocked out by Critchley. That was his first ball face. So end of the over, and 5 runs from it. Essex 32 for 3.
So basically, there's no issue there. He should be available for Essex, unless he performs so brilliantly. He's in the second Test squad. But
that would be
he will miss some T20 games. He's a capable T20 batter. But it's an important part in the advancement of his career, because I suspect he'll be facing a fairly strong opposition, and that's what A game should be about. The days of the county tour matches have gone, but these A games are still very useful. South African A, I'm sure, will be very good opposition. Now, Josh Hull, This is interesting. 2 for 6. In he comes to bowl to Charlie Allison on 6 with a target of 101. That's outside the off stump and left alone by Allison with his bat to race. 32 for 3. They need 69 on an extraordinary third day. A game that looked for all money as though it was going to go into 4 days. Won't. But it has been the most extraordinary day. Essex have had the better of the batting conditions, though it is clouding over again a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, which Leicestershire will be pleased to see. I think, having taken 3 early wickets, they'll be a little bit at the back of their mind thinking maybe we can work a miracle here.
As Hull up to the wicket bowls, and that's a very good delivery. He's bowling 1 or 2 really good balls per over, and that one pitches and it beats the outside edge of Allison, but not by much. Now it'd be interesting to see what that one did, but Allison is prodding at the pitch, but that one has just moved unexpectedly, and Allison was very pleased not to find the edge to that.
It was almost a kind of mind blank moment from Allison. It looked like he was trying to launch that over the leg side, over to sort of cow corner, and then.
I don't know if it was bounce or just movement, but this is good stuff from Josh Hull. It really is. It's been a fine spell. 2 slips waiting as he comes up to the wicket and bowls. That's a bouncer, and well dealt with by Allison, who leaves it alone. But interesting cricket. This is no cakewalk for Essex. Surely they will get to the target, but. It's, at the moment, not straightforward. Don Topley, our commentary colleague, has been in touch and say that well done to North Weald Cricket Club, who are splendidly hosting a 10-team softball mini-festival for under-9s, which happened this morning, involving all West Essex sides. And a picture of Don with none other than Ryan Tenduscarter. As here's a drive and a good shot by Allison for at least 3. I don't think it's going to be stopped. No, it's got enough on it to get to the boundary for 4 runs. At one point it might be a long chase for the fielders, but he's timed so well that had enough to get to the backward point boundary. Very little's gone out that way today, but it's carried over the rope and has gone for 4.
Yeah, here's the longer boundary. I saw that that day at North Weald advertised on a local Facebook group. My hometown club, North Enfield, were playing a friendly up there a couple of weeks ago. Not too far from where I live down the road.
So there we go. Let's join together that mention from Don with your involvement, and sounds like it's been a very good day. So Eskenazi having a chat with Hull. It was a bit of a loose one, that, but he is bowling 1 or 2 per over that are potential wicket takers. 36 for 3. 101 the target, 65 needed. Hull up to the wicket bowls, and this time Allison will just check his shot and play it. He's actually sort of shaking his head a bit, Allison, as he wasn't quite there for that. In the end he had to check his shot. He wanted to play it into the offside, but he's played an offside shot, and then he's played a sort of swivel pull in sort of slow motion after the ball was bowled, so he wasn't quite happy with it, but he's just getting something from the pitch at the moment. 36 for 3. It really has clouded over again. The only blue sky we can see really is a bank over the executive boxes, and the breeze has got up again. Hull up to the wicket bowls. This is played off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no run on. So what has been a bowler's day, and Clyde Booth on our email says commentators frequently mention, as you have today, how cricket is frequently a batter's game. The easy solution would be just to increase the height or width of the stumps. Well, actually, Leicestershire would probably object to that this morning, because it would have been even worse. Equally, the same could make football marginally more interesting too if there were more goals due to slightly wider or higher goals. Well, that's interesting, Clive. I mean, I think it's probably about right. It's so much down to pitch preparation, but I mean, wickets have been fairly rare events at the Oval this year at times, and different conditions. But that's quite an interesting one too. I don't think anyone's increased the height or width of the stump since W.G. Grace was playing.
No, I don't think so. I saw an interesting video on Instagram, which I'll tell you about after this first delivery. It's a new Ben Green over from the Graham Gooch end, the opposite end to where we're sat, bowls, and it's edge to first slip, down to ground by Critchley for no run. There was a challenge where you had to face deliveries, and for every delivery you survived, they added an extra stump. And I think it was like 3 mates doing it in a back garden somewhere as a little kind of fun cricketing challenge. And I think the top scorer survived 9 stumps in the ground just being added to the offside. I do enjoy sort of garden cricket and the games people come up with as little sort of social media challenges. It's very very entertaining.
Interesting short extra going in.
Here's Green, bowls a full-length delivery, defended by Critchley.
So there's something happening with this pitch in terms of the ball potentially stopping a little bit. That's short extra is often a clue to that being the case, and maybe that's the problems that Hull was causing with the ball just behaving unpredictably off the pitch.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be a little bit less lift, particularly from the Graham Gooch end, the far end of where we're sat here in the commentary box. But interesting that Green is continuing from that end. We've not seen a bowling change yet as Green comes in and bowls. It's another full delivery, almost Yorker length, and dug out the hole there by Critchley, straight to field on the offside.
Warwickshire's fight back continues. Glamorgan are 20 for 3, all 3 wickets to Ethan Bamber, 3 for 11. They lead by 128. But Warwickshire, of course, came good in the second innings in the last game with the bat. They could be doing it with a ball this time.
Ben Green takes off from his mark. He runs up to the wickets, and this is driven offside through the gap. Should be 4, is 4. And Critchley gets off the mark with a boundary on his 5th delivery.
Yeah, classic cover drive from Matt Critchley. Lovely shot.
Textbook stuff, wasn't it? So Essex will move to 40 for 3. The target's 101, so they now need 61 to win. 2 slips in place. Wicketkeeper right up to the stumps. Where this over is Ben Cox. As Essex look to chase down this target, 101. Question is, how quickly can they do it? And have Leicestershire got anything else up their sleeves? They've already got 3 wickets as Green bowls, and this is again dug out straight to the fielder in the offside. Kind of short mid-wicket position. Big on short cover.
I haven't mentioned Division 2 much today, other than the fact there's been no player back in them. But interesting, the game at Bristol, where you would think with the scores that have so far been registered that there is possibly quite a significant chance the pitch could be rated as below average. Well, Gloucestershire need to get a decent second innings score to try and alleviate the possibility of that.
Final ball of the over from Ben Green. It's played into the leg side of the fielder at mid-on, will jog across to cut that one off, and there's no run. So 4 from the over. Essex are batted for 16 overs now. They are 40 for 3. They need another 61 to win, and it's not been as straightforward as maybe they would have hoped. Nick.
No, I mean, it's still under control, but they wouldn't want to lose another couple of wickets quickly. Gloucestershire 180 for 7, lead by 207 in that low-scoring game. Nice even contest at Southport, which will be very, very well supported. Lancashire, one of the I think one of the first outground games this season. I can't remember Yorkshire playing at Scarborough yet, but Southport is hosting Worcestershire and Lancashire, and that's very even. Lancashire 176 for 5, 94 behind, although time is starting to run out a bit. And Derbyshire looking for a second consecutive win, finding Middlesex a little bit tougher going second time round. Middlesex 173 for 3, still trail by 26. That's Hull bowls. Oh, that's another good delivery. It almost played on there, Allison. They've scampered through for a single, but he is getting some movement here, which is causing problems, and that was surely very close to the leg stump. Yeah, he didn't know where that was. It's come off an inside edge. Might have flicked the pad as well. This is a good exhibition from Josh Hull on a good day for the young England bowlers. Sonny Baker taking 5. Josh Hull in the wickets here with 2 for 11. And Essex needing a further 60. Yeah. After they bowled Leicestershire out for exactly that score.
Yeah, big inside edge. Didn't know where it had gone, had he? But still took off for a single to Charlie Allison.
I don't think Critchley has faced Hull yet, as he faces him now and goes for on the pull shot. It's not particularly controlled, but it's going to be a way down towards deep square leg for a single. Just for a moment, it looked like he might have just hit that up in the air as Westley did, but it fell relatively safely, and Ben Mike was there to complete the fielding. 42 for 3. Leicestershire, well, it's the thing for them is where they're going to find the wins. Even the side below them, Hampshire, have won a game.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be the difficult thing. Hull up to the wicket, bowls, and this is played defensively, head over the ball by Allison. The lead of 40, you know, that's a good lead on this pitch, and say very disappointing for them what's happened today. And of course, their next game is going to be against Essex, because I think that's when the championship will resume on the 12th. Don't think any sides are playing before then. The weather's going to be quite nice, I think, for the rest of start of a T20, which will be good, and hopefully we'll continue for the championship as well. As this next delivery from Hull is played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Oddly, there's a lone championship match starting on Sunday the 7th, which is Surrey against Hampshire. I'm not quite sure why. It's probably due to the availability of the Oval. And then we've basically got
the rest of them starting on that
Friday.
Yeah,
we've got starting on the Friday the 12th.
Well, I'm commentating on that game. I should have known about that.
Yeah, Sunday
Sorry,
the 7th. Yeah. And I think it's the only game starting on that day. But yeah, Leicestershire are in action on the 12th. And Dick and I will be there, covering the same part of the game as Hull bowls, and that's a delivery down the leg side and not far away from Allison, helping it into the gloves of Cox. That was he was trying to play something much more convincing there, away over deep square leg, but almost got a feather of the inside edge. Josh Hull. It was a good spell in his 4th over with 2 for 12, and another 59 are required. Here's Hull again, up to the wicket, bowls. This is played defensively, but a good ball again. Allison playing that back down the pitch. Interesting to see if Hull plays in the reverse fixture coming up in say about a month's time. But he's impressed here. Allison 11, Critchley 5. Essex lost 3 wickets in a bit of a hurry in this pursuit of 101. They were 25 for no wicket, and they were very quickly 27 for 3 with a loss of Walter 7, Elgar 18 and Wesley 1. 2 wickets to Hull, 1 to Green, 42 for 3.
Yeah, it certainly was a flurry of wickets, and Leicestershire just giving Essex something to think about. So 42 for 3 then, target 101. And we're going to see the first bowling change at the Graham Gooch, and it's going to be Ben Mike, one of 3 Bens in this Leicestershire team. A lot of Bens, popular name. And it'll be Tom Critchley to face the first delivery as Ben Mike goes through a few more warm-ups of this county championship match between Essex and Leicestershire. Not sure anyone's expecting us to be living within a chase by the second session of today, but such would fate would have it. Essex bowling this morning was fantastic. Leicestershire bowled out for 60, and the target of 101 was set as Mike comes in. First delivery is down the offside, and Critchley is not interested as it goes straight through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
Second Hampshire wicket down, 27 for 2, a lead by 12. Wicket for Fergus O'Neill and for Ollie Stone there. Not the current leaders, and of course if they do win that game, they will, even though they didn't get any batting points, I'm pretty certain they will stay at the top if they win that game.
42 for 3. What will this bowling change bring as Ben Mike takes off from his bowling mark? Past the wickets and bowls again hard into the ground, but wide of the offside, and Critchley shows no interest. Very straight deliveries, not getting any sort of movement there. As Ben Mike, just watching it back on the old replay. Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce maybe, but not the movement that we've seen early on day 1 and 2 of these games. 42 for 3, Charlie Allison on 11, Tom Critchley on 2. 59 runs to win. You'd imagine Essex should get over the line, but how difficult will they make it for themselves as Mike comes in, and this is driven straight to the field at point for no run.
The sun just peeking out every now and again, and yes, weather set fair for the start of the T20 campaign at Chelmsford, and I'm sure equally for Leicestershire start as well, because a very good forecast coming up from roughly Wednesday onwards.
Yeah, I've seen Leicestershire's T20 games advertised. They've got a few nights on a number of the games to be a party atmosphere up there. As Mike bowls, and that's bowled on middle stump, full delivery, driven past the bowler, and this should go straight down the ground for 4 runs. So Tom Critchley stretching his arms and finding the boundary. He'll move to 9. Essex will go to 46 for 3, and the target now just 55 more runs to win. So they're edging towards that halfway mark. These two have steadied the ship somewhat after a flurry of wickets. Look to destabilise the Essex chase.
Leicestershire at home to Worcestershire on the 22nd. That's this coming Friday. Essex playing Sussex.
As Mike bowls, and this is defended into the or pushed even to the offside.
And there is also on the 22nd a women's game against Warwickshire, which I believe is a much earlier start, around about 2 o'clock. So if we do cover the whole day, it'll be a little bit of time filling between the two games, but it's going to be a very nice day, that's for sure. The temperature in the mid-20s. The Essex women's side that recently had a streak of 3 wins in a row in the women's 50 over competition. So it should be a good day all round.
Here's Mike, final ball of the over. 2 slips in place, bowls, and that's on the off stump, and Critchley just digs it out to the leg side, and that'll be the over. 46 for 3, and with that, I think I'm going to hand over to Richard.
Yeah,
that might be my final input today, potentially, with 50 odd runs left.
Unless it really grinds down to a crawl. But thank you very much. Very nice to see you again. Sorry, not for longer today.
Likewise.
But,
you know what, I'll hang around just in case this.
Well, yeah, very kind of you, and we'll look forward to seeing you again, hopefully later in the season. Thank you very much, Roshan. I'm going to get Richard's name right. I've amalgamated him with Scott Reed, our Lancashire colleague, a little bit earlier on, but. Yeah, I've been interested to get Richard's view on how Josh Hull has bowled, because I've certainly been very impressed. 46 for 3. And in he comes again with this lovely smooth approach. Bowls, and it's a short ball and pulled away down towards fine leg. And there's going to be 1 run. 47 for 3, the target 101. And I haven't seen as much of him as Richard would have done, and of course he played that test match, but Alan Mullally, the comparison for me, the sort of left armour with a sort of very elegant approach to the crease. But
former Leicestershire player, of course. Mullally.
Yes, of course. Welcome back, Richard, and Hull has done nicely,
Hasn't he? Found a nice rhythm. He's not trying to bowl too fast, but it's fast enough. It's still lively.
He's going to bowl to Critchley on 9. And Critchley this time will get one on his pads. That's not the best ball he's bowled, and sends it down towards fine leg for a single. So just wants to get his line a little bit further over towards off stump. But 48 for 3, and a couple of impressive wickets. He got Wesley into a bit of a muddle, didn't he, with a ball that in the end Wesley just took off the lower part of the bat and hit straight up to Holland at mid-on. And Dean Elgar seemed to be not totally enamoured with the decision, but when we saw the replay, unless it was pitching out outside leg stump, we didn't think it was. It looked a reasonable shout.
It was because he was on the move, and he sort of experienced and got out of the way quickly, but didn't fool the umpire.
The sun just about forcing its way through. As Hull comes in, and that's driven down the ground for 4. That's the shot of the day from Charlie Allison, who has been superb in this game. Over pitched ball and driven away down the ground. As I say, Charlie Allison will have these 2 tour matches, England A games against South Africa A, and that is going to further help his development. But he capitalised on Hull just erring in length there, a little bit too over pitch, and a beautiful shot down the ground. 52 for 3, 49 required. Allison 16.
Yeah, he looks a genuine prospect, this young man. And he held the pose after hitting that one. Always a sign, isn't it?
Straight drive's always a fun shot to get right, isn't it? That's just played with an angle bat for at least one. It will just be one. It goes down towards third man, and they will settle for that.
Yeah, this is to a certain extent the problem for Leicestershire. Holds into his 5th over now, and just beginning to lose a little bit of control. Tiredness, perhaps, just a touch. He puts a lot into his.
Yeah,
it is reasonably smooth, but he hasn't got a massive amount of overs under his belt.
Has he sort of played second team cricket at all this year, or how's his season been so far?
He has played quite a few of the first team games, but he hasn't bowled that many overs, really.
And he comes again, bowls, and that's driven away without timing, just wide of Holland at mid-on for a single. And Critchley will go to 11, 54 for 3, a target 101. Bob Wood on our email says, I'd like to thank Don Topley, not full stop, it's I'd like to thank Don Topley for attending our festival this morning and presenting medals to all of the young players involved. It was an honour for the club to have Don there, and please he enjoyed his 3 hours or so with us. We had the best part of 100 children attending the event, and thanks to the coaches and parents for making it such an enjoyable morning. Special thanks to Paul Mount and Chris Rawlings for all their hard work in organising the morning. Thank you very much for that, Bob. 54 for 3. As this is the good one from Josh Hull, which is just pitching right about off stump and just shaping back into Critchley, but he plays it defensively. Critchley 11, Allison 17, and Essex have doubled the score after that 3-wicket wobble. 54 for 3. And at that stage, Richard, I was saying on air that I was Leicestershire thinking, why couldn't we have set them 170? But it does feel, the overheads and everything, it just feels slightly more batting friendly conditions this afternoon.
Yeah, and the ball is also coming up to 20 overs old, and quite a lot of players have said it's usually about sort of 25 when it starts to lose a little bit of its nip and hardness, and maybe that is a factor as well. Ben Mike is in from the Gooch end and bowls very full on the leg stump and clipped neatly off his toes by Critchley out to deep backward square. One is taken. Yeah, Josh Hull came into the game having bowled 72 overs in 3 games. Only had taken the 3 wickets, so he's doubled his return, if you like, in this game. 1 for 60 odd in the first dig, and now 2 for well, not so very many in the second, but he's been used sparingly by Ian Holland when he's played. So he's played 4 of the 6 games, and he had a bit of a nickel at the start of the season. Mike is in. Allison is solid on off stump, playing it back down the pitch to the bowler. Very straight, very correct. His technique is very correct, Charlie Allison. Not a tall man, Allison. What is he, about 5'10", something like that, maybe even 5'9", but everything very neat about his work. A lot of promise. But yeah, that little burst of 4 overs was as well as Josh has sort of bowled. The 5th not so good this season, but hopeful signs going forward. Mike is in and bowls onto the hip of Allison. He helps it down towards fine leg. Hull sprints round. Does he get there? No, he doesn't. In fact, it's leg byes. It came off the thigh pad. Didn't get any bat on it. Went quite fine. Usually it sort of goes a little bit more slowly than that off the thigh pad, which absorbed some of the speed. But the run's now coming for Essex, and they're well past the halfway stage. 59 for 3. They need just another 42 now.
Well, Nottinghamshire come here in a month or so. It's going to be the meeting of 2 strong attacks, albeit they presumably will not have Josh Tongue.
Mike in, bowls, seams back in, hits high for me, and the fact that poor Allison is bent over, holding a part of his body that is now throbbing. Probably tells you all you need to know about how high it was, although he isn't very tall. Ooh, that's a slight sickener.
It was a good delivery, wasn't it? Nottinghamshire and Fergus O'Neill in particular causing more problems for Hampshire's rather beleaguered batting lineup. 31 for 3, they only lead by 16, and O'Neill has 2 for 14 and 7 in the match.
Yeah, they do have a wonderfully strong attack. Tongue wasn't playing at Grace Road. In goes Mike and bowls. Whipped away, a foolish delivery off middle and leg into the onside, of course, down towards deep mid-wicket. Ben Green runs back from mid-on, but Allison is going to pick up 3. And he moves on to 20 now, 62 for 3. Less than 40. Yeah, Ollie Stone bowled like the wind and moved it both ways, and he has a sharp bouncer, and as Stevie Eskenazi said to me when he came in, when you can do that at 90 miles an hour, move it both ways, and you have a surprise bouncer, he said, you're quite a good bowler. And Ollie Stone looked like a bowler who would have won a lot of England caps if he'd stayed fit over the course of his career, may yet come back into the international picture. In goes Mike and bowls. Critchley drives. Holland scrambles to his left at wideish mid-off to field. Gets there, but not before Critchley has taken 1. So the runs are now flowing, and it won't be long. It'll be before tea. We won't have tea, I'm sure.
And tea will be very much a movable feast today, because I'm not quite sure when it would have been had we had a normal day's play, because of course we had 9 wickets down at 10 past 1, so I presume it would have still been at 4 o'clock, which was the scheduled time, but we're actually coming up on that fairly quickly now, so I would have thought that we will just carry on in the circumstances.
We've got 50 overs left to bowl theoretically today, and we're coming up to the normal sort of tea time, so.
Yeah.
Yes,
not sure when it will
only
be,
38 needed, so I would think they'll keep them out there now.
But yes, it would only be an hour, 50-minute session, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense. But it's going to be Holland, who of course got 4 in the first innings, didn't he? And 2 this morning. That seemed a long time ago.
I had a few messages, and my thanks to you all, Leicestershire listeners, who seem to have enjoyed the chuntering over the last 13 or 14 years. Who knows, you may not quite have heard the last of me. But it's been always been fun. I mean, hey, you're watching cricket, and first class cricket, and that is never a bad thing. But there've been some tough old days, been some good days on this ground.
Yes, I was going to say that. Here is Holland then, with a slip and a wider slip, maybe a sort of second slip a bit wider, and that's just played defensively up into the offside. There's also a short mid wicket in, 63 for 3. Yes, we were mentioning earlier that this will be Essex's first win here against Leicestershire in 4 attempts. The last 2 times in the middle of the last decade, victories for Leicestershire. The first of them being quite a famous one. Richard, we were discussing off air as this is played along the ground. It was a good shot, good punch, drive through mid wicket by Matt Critchley. He's just finding his range a bit now, and he goes to 17. Just adjusted and played that very crisply indeed, away through mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, famous for the sort of wrong reasons, in that it brought to an end a desperate 2 years, or 2.5 years really, for the Foxes. 37 games without a win. Almost 1,000 days.
Here's Holland again, bowls, driven away through the covers for possibly 2. No, they'll decide against the second run, as it's cut off quite nicely there by Tattersail, who had to make some ground to the far side to the longer side of the ground, and keeps it down to 1, 68 for 3. But the runs are ticking over now. And 101 is the target. It was 25 for no wicket and then 27 for 3 at one point. Just starting to think about whether something extraordinary was going to happen, but Leicestershire did need probably another 100 runs, and that really would have just created a bit more pressure, wouldn't it, if they'd got that. Here's Holland again, bowls, and it's played defensively up into the covers, and there's no. So that would have been one of the more memorable Leicestershire wins that you commentated on. Was there a game that trumped it in the Championship that you can remember as a particularly? Obviously, last year was a tale of unparalleled success. I mean, not just
Relatively
the way
speaking,
Leicestershire
yes.
played. They just ran away with it, and people were saying, "Oh, they could still be caught." No, they couldn't be caught because you're going to get 8 draw points for every game, and it was absolutely brilliant. As Holland bowls, and it's played away into the onside. But was last season as an event quite special?
Yes, it was. I mean, winning. I think they won 5 of their first 7. And that was almost job done from that point. They got in a wonderful rhythm, and everybody was playing well. Rehan Ahmed was sparkling, hit 4 centuries,
yes.
and going in at number 3, and he was hitting runs at a runner ball, also picking up wickets as well. And they had a nicely balanced attack.
As this next one is just played defensively, head over the ball, up into the
Logan
onside.
van Beek was with Ian Holland, who was moving it on glass, as Peter Hanscom, the captain, put it, and Ben Green was bowling nicely, and Ahmed was bowling nicely, and Hull when he came in, it all just sort of gelled together very nicely, and once they got on a roll, they didn't get off it. But I mean, from my personal point of view, I think that win here was certainly memorable. I remember the day that Mohammed Abbas bowled out Durham twice in a day for less than 100, as I recall, and it was the day of the gale. It was Storm something or other, but Storm whatever it was right behind Abbas.
So that's Abbas pre-Hampshire
Yes.
and pre-Notts.
Yes, indeed. Ben Mike is in and bowls 2 Critchley, well bowled on off stump, and he's a touch squared up, pushes it fairly firmly out to Lewis Hill, who's back out there. Nice to see Hilly, who hit the winning runs that day back in 2015 on this ground for that famous Leicestershire victory. And he's the only constant throughout my time at Leicestershire. I mean, everybody else, there's no other playing staff, and I don't think there's any other backroom staff, or indeed in goes Mike and bowls outside off stump, carved away for 4. Well, that was a bit of a gimme from Ben. Outside off stump, sat up, and Critchley just laced it away over point/cover to the boundary for 4. Or indeed sort of behind the scenes as well. The whole sort of setup has been a constant churn. So yes, from now on it'll be just Hilly, whose testimonial year it is, and the only Leicestershire player to have a testimonial in my time at behind the mic, and thoroughly deserved it is too. But he won't be enjoying this very much, as Ben Mike comes in from the gooch end and bowls full to Critchley outside off stump, almost too full for him to drive away. He jammed down on it and hit bottom of the bat, squirted out into the offside.
One other one I can just think of. I remember there being sort of great sort of enthusiasm for the fact that Worcestershire won a trophy last year after they'd had some tragedy with a young player who died. But Leicestershire in 2023, of course, the 50 over.
Yes,
when they looked to be in an impossible position early on in that
32
game.
for 4 or
Yes.
28 for 4, something like that against Hampshire, and they should have lost it. But Harry Swindles came in and made 100. In goes Mike and bowls short, going for the pull. Critchley doesn't get it. I think it was into the body. Might have been the back of the bat. He isn't wincing too much, so he's just holding his sort of top of his left thigh, so into the top of the thigh pad, and dropped down at his feet. Didn't hurt too much. Just 29 now needed for the win. But yes, that was a famous victory. Lewis Hill was the captain that day, and they bowled very well. Some amazing catching, especially in the outfield. Will Davis taking a catch, running in from deep square, about 6 inches off the ground. That was an astonishing piece of fielding. Mike is in, bowls short outside off stump, and Critchley can't believe he didn't carve that one away to the offside boundary. He hit it on the bottom of the bat, and it trickled out into the offside, and his head was in the air already as it did, and he's walking towards short leg, just shaking his head in disbelief because it was there to be clubbed away.
Thanks, Chris, for your email about Brian Clough. I think it's a topic that must have come up on Saturday. The great Nottingham Forest manager. Mustn't call him Notts Forest.
It's quite funny if you do, though. In goes Mike and bowls short, pull down to deep backward square 4-1, just because it does annoy them so much.
No, that's the thing about the Brian Clough way, isn't it, between Derby and Nottingham,
yeah,
where
the A50.
if you're caught speeding, you don't get a fine, you just get a clip round the ear.
Just take a breath, yeah.
But he does have a cricket topic as well, Christopher. I'm fascinated by the Essex cricket psychology, given that they've won 2 games so far this season and are well on top today. In both the games they lost against Somerset and Warwickshire, Essex did have the upper hand in certain occasions, and they will have been disappointed to have lost both matches. Any observations on the Essex approach as they try to navigate their way through games through the season? I think they have the ability and should win a trophy, but you'd say wonder if the psychology is quite right for the team to become county champions, for example. Thanks, Chris. I think it doesn't help the fact that they've already lost to Somerset and Warwickshire. It makes it difficult, put it that way, as this is driven away into the onside and there's no run. And don't forget, every time you win a game with 19 points or 20 points, one of these leading sides is probably drawing a game with about 14. You're not actually gaining a huge amount on them, such as the point system. But all Essex can do is try to get on a winning streak, and of course, if they do happen to beat Nottinghamshire and Surrey when they come here, that's going to make things a lot better in terms of the table. Here's Holland bowling, and that's played defensively up into the onside, and there is no run. As I say, there's no reason why Essex should worry about what sort of a pitch to prepare. A pitch just like this, with offering something to the bowlers, is surely going to be the order of the day.
Well, 3 wins out of 6, your first 6 is a pretty good.
Yeah.
There aren't many coaches who wouldn't take that, I don't think, at the start of the season.
They'd probably liked, to one of those games, tight games against Somerset and Warwickshire. This is played away into the onside. But what you would say is that those strong sides obviously show great resilience. Somerset with Will Smead and Craig Overton taking control of a game, and then you've got Warwickshire, who just have this habit: when you think you've got them down, they'll come back at you. And they defended a fairly small target that Essex had, around about 200 on the last day, with Keith Barker no less taking I think it was a 3-wicket maiden, I think it was, at the start of the day, which rather damaged things. It's Holland bowls. Oh, that one keeps a bit low and just goes on the swivel pull, Critchley, and just takes the pad, and there's no run. But yes, I mean, it's looking, although Hampshire's 4th wicket pair are still together, and Jake Lehman is absolutely critical there, but if Nottingham should do win, they'll likely to stay top, and you'd think that they might take a bit of catching even without Josh Tongue. This is driven away off the back foot and just partially stopped at cover, and it rolls out towards mid-off. But I think Essex are probably going to have to do something quite special, and maybe beat Nottinghamshire and Surrey at Chelmsford, and maybe go to Taunton and win or something like that. Now, if you can add all those together, then you're going to be right near the top of the table. But they're big asks.
You do, yeah. Well, you do need to put it in context, though, to the resources of clubs
Absolutely.
like Nottinghamshire and Surrey.
Absolutely. Holland bowls, and this is run down towards deep square leg for a single, which is what makes it difficult. But theoretically, Essex have got certainly the attack to do it.
But they all have to be fit and well at the same time,
Absolutely.
whereas the likes of Nottinghamshire and Surrey, they can field 2 international class attacks apiece, really. So whoever they field, it will be a very strong attack, and they'll be well sort of pretty much rested and in the groove. So to be competing at the top for a county of the size of Essex, and this isn't in any way meant to be patronising, is a sensational achievement to me.
But it's notwithstanding those 2 defeats. The great thing about this season is that the bowling attack is firing collectively much better than it did last year. Batting maybe is not quite hit a peak yet, but the bowling has looked very good. 75 for 3, Allison 21, Critchley 24, and 26 needed.
Ben Mike's going to continue. Lovely message from Stephen Roberts. A sad end, he says, to your commentating with the Foxes. Unlikely now to turn this into a wind. Very unlikely. Mike is in, bowls, and he's on driven. Didn't quite get all of it, though, Allison. And moving to his left, Green cuts the ball off, but not before Allison and Critchley have taken one. Just wanted to say, once again, it's been a pleasure to listen to your commentary that has framed my summers for a number of years since I retired from full-time work. Please keep in touch, and always good to hear of new adventures. And yeah, you get messages from people who have been listening for years and years, and you've never sort of heard from them, and suddenly you realise you have sort of been a little part of their lives, and that's a privilege and a pleasure. And in goes Mike, and bowls short outside off stump, getting up on his toes. Critchley, and again, he's very expressive in terms of his body language. He's very cross with himself that he didn't manage to cut that away down to wide third man for four. It actually took a bottom edge and trickled down towards the slips. Mike, as he's done frequently, kicking the footholes away, whether they've been repaired between innings, and he feels he's slipping slightly. I don't know, maybe needs longer spikes, Ben, on his boots. 676 for 3, so just now 25 to win for Essex.
What you would say about the Essex lineup, obviously with Jordan Cox coming into it, you know, it does have the potential, if everyone playing at their best, that's a pretty strong top 6 or 7. And of course then they've got Harmer, who's in terrific form this season.
Mike is in and bowls short, and that one is cut away to the boundary for 4. Well, he's served up a few of those, unfortunately, in this little spell, Ben, and that was another. And this time, Critchley made no mistake, and that brings up the 50 partnership, I believe, between Charlie Allison and Matt Critchley. Yes. And if there were any nerves among the Essex faithful, I think they are now thoroughly dispersed. And they're sitting back and rather enjoying it now in the sunshine. In goes Mike and bowls full. He's on driven, but again didn't quite get all of it. Ben Green gets across from mid-on, and this time, because it's travelling a little bit faster than previously, they aren't able to take 180 for 3. Remains the score, just 21 to win.
So Essex are going to, certainly you would have thought, improve on their 7th place in the table, which is where they were sitting coming into this game.
I ought to say hello also to Ollie Hawke's dad, who's in his 80s, but he's a regular listener. He's a busy man, so whether he's actually listening right now, but I did promise I'd say hello, so I do that. In goes Mike and bowls short, and a little paddle pull around the corner by Critchley. Johnny Tattersall runs round from deep backward square to field, and 1 is taken. I have to go and do an update, but hopefully I'll be back in just a moment's time. Do you mind nipping in there, Nick?
Thank you, Richard. Yes, so looking at the table from an Essex point of view, with Mike about to continue to bowl to Allison. Started on 60 points, they've taken 3 for bowling and 1 for batting, close to a second batting point, didn't quite get there. Slip and a gully, waiting as Mike comes into bowl, and that's clipped away past the mid-wicket fielder. It's being chased out towards the boundary by Tattersall, and he won't get it, so that's going to be another 4, and just 16 to win. Well, tea might have been scheduled for 4 o'clock, but certainly there's no question that that will be delayed, because the umpires will consider that the result is imminent, and that does indeed appear to be the case. So Essex will go to 80 points. At the moment, you'd fancy Nottinghamshire to probably go up towards 99 with a win in that game at Southampton. Not impossible for Hampshire to come back if Jake Lehman can do something special. But and then one of Warwickshire or Glamorgan will get at least a draw and will be ahead of Essex. And it remains to be seen whether Surrey can salvage their game at Yorkshire, which has not exactly gone their way. So the sort of projection would be Essex would be somewhere round about 4th-ish. So it rather depends on the result. between Warwickshire and Glamorgan, but they're going to certainly advance up the table by 2 or 3 positions. So it's going to be Patel to bowl some spin. They'll certainly be on 80 points, and it will be a much healthier position than it was coming into these 2 games at Chelmsford, which were pretty much must-wins in the context of any sort of championship challenge, and that is the way it's worked out as Patel bowls, and that's just cut away off the back foot out towards cover, and there's no run. Thanks very much for the emails during the game. As this next delivery just played back down the pitch, a tidy start from Patel.
Yeah, most definitely not.
85 for 3, 16 to get. Light breeze at the moment, and that one is a little bit of turn, just played away up towards cover, quickly treating the spinner with respect here. Left arm spin of Patel from the Alistair Cook end, and again another defensive shot up into the offside. I think he was trying to force it past the fielder for a run, but went straight up to Holland, and there was no run. 85 for 3. And this is played away up towards cover again. 3 pretty similar deliveries. Quickly looking to play a forcing shot through the offside, but never quite being there for the stroke. He doesn't particularly want to get himself out. There's no huge rush. Just pick his moment here. As Patel bowls, and that's played away nicely for a single, just with a late adjustment of the bat, gets a single up towards deep cover. So, the end of the over, tidy enough over from Patel, and it's 86 for 3, 15 to get. Essex, who have 2 wins against Hampshire, they've run out of games against Hampshire now, so they've got to win against somebody else, and they've duly won against Leicestershire, but obviously to have a chance of winning the championship, they're going to have to add some bigger scalps, and that will be the challenge when they get into the second half of the season. That game against Nottinghamshire here is going to be very interesting. The sides only meeting each other once this year, and it's here. So here's Mike at 86 for 3. Comes into bowl, and that's cut away off the back foot, but straight to backward point, and there is no run. So that's where we think Essex will probably be in the table. It is tea, by the way, at Southampton. Jake Lehman is in with Tom Press, but I suspect he is and potentially Ben Brown, but Lehman in particular is the main obstacle for Nottinghamshire to remove, and if they do, then I'll certainly be fancied to win that game, although Hampshire fought very well with the ball this morning with 5 wickets for Sonny Baker in that one. 86 for 3. It's Mike bowls again. This is played away up into the covers, and there is no run. So 86 for 3. Update duly done, Richard, and obviously no great excitement from the Leicestershire listeners' perspective, but there's been some good moments from this game.
There have, and that's been the case throughout, really. There have been solid days, and the first 2 days here, I was just saying to them on BBC Radio Leicester, were pretty solid. They got their noses in front after the first innings.
Next delivery from Mike is played along the ground for a single, and stopped at point, and
90 minutes later, they've lost the game.
Yeah.
And what they've found, I think, in the first division, and they probably expected it, is that you cannot have any poor hours, really. If you do, you're playing against players who are good enough to, if the door is open very slightly, they're good enough to sort of barge through it and, take full advantage, and that's what has happened each time.
And certainly the case today, as this is a swivel pull, which isn't particularly timed, but goes down towards fine leg and will go for 4. I think he's probably trying to hit at it. Yeah, he's examined the end of his bat there, Alison. He was trying to hit at a bit squarer, but it went for 4 nonetheless, and 4 more to a total of just 10 needed. Coming up to 4 o'clock then on this third day here at Chelmsford, which has not seen much fourth day cricket this year, because we've had the last game, I remember that one ending in 3 days.
Just 10 to win.
10 more runs to win, and Mike comes into bowl, and that's just clipped away down towards deep square leg for a single. Well, if Leicestershire were going to win this game, which I was going to hand over to you for the rest of it, but obviously I'll leave that very much up to you, but maybe I'll just do to the end of this over.
I think you see your side home. I think
yeah, well, you do the next
we
over.
See to
we'll
see how it goes.
Yeah. But it's been a good stand, this, Critchley and Allison. Critchley back in the runs.
And Allison has been, well, hugely impressive throughout, really.
I think he's gone past 100 runs in the game as well, which sums up how well he's played in this match. But it hasn't been all in the favour of the batters, and that's driven up towards mid-off, and there is no run on this occasion for Critchley, who stays on 31, where he joins Allison, and it's 92 for 3, and Essex need 9 for their 3rd win of the season.
Yeah, 72 in the first innings, so over 100 run. He won't want to get out now, because that will do his average no harm at all. Not that I'm sure that it's not a factor. Rishi Patel swinging his arms, to whom they occasionally turn.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the condition of the game, Critchley's ball will be delayed.
Due to the condition of the game, what?
I think it means we're going to carry on.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I think that's all they're saying.
He didn't say tea would be delayed. I think he said something will be closed, but didn't quite pick up that. Ajaz Patel from the Cook end is in and bowls to Allison, who, as I say, won't want to give it away and just pushes that one back down the pitch to Jazzy, as he's known by his teammates. Patel is in, down the wicket. Well, I'm saying that. Allison came down the wicket and gave it a bit of a yahoo, and rather skewed it out to deep mid wicket, and picks up a slightly ugly one by his standards. As I say, he's a very sort of classically correct player, but that wasn't. In goes Patel and bowls. Back goes Critchley and turns to green at mid wicket. Thank you for that, Brunty. A message on WhatsApp. Well, yes, and thanks to Bronte and Foxy Phil and Fango, who have been three very constant friends throughout, really. In goes Patel, and it's back foot punch out to deepish mid-on by Critchley. Too hard, really, because Eskenazi's far enough back to give them a single, but it went too quickly to him. Patel is in, tosses it up, driven by Critchley out to deepish mid-off. It's Hull at deepish mid-off, and this time it is slow enough for the single to be taken. 7 to win. So hopefully I'll get through this over, but when it becomes 6, we'll pass it across to Nick, because that's how we do things. In goes Patel and bowls, swing and a miss from Critchley, who was trying to put it, I suspect, through Nick's window. It's open right next to us up here, and it looked as though that one was heading our way. Unfortunately, because Nick would have caught it one-handed.
Well, I remember, Josh, when the Australians came here, we had one that did come through the window, and I think it was one Pat Murphy who had to dive out of the way. And we had a lot of big names here for when tour matches still meant something.
Do you know, I was talking about one of those games which I covered, because I remembered it because Jason Gillespie was up on the back, and they absolutely worked Nasser Hussain over for about 40 minutes before the close on something like the second day. And I remember he'd just been made England captain, and they absolutely pummeled him. And I thought, but he took it, and he played it really, really well, all the fast bowling. I thought, yeah, you've got a chance.
So Rishi Patel is going to bowl from the Graham Gooch end with 7 needed, and here's going to be possibly a couple of them. As Tattersall can stop it, and he does, and they come back for the second run, out in the deep mid wicket, saves a couple of runs, and the target goes down to 5. So Essex at this stage will join Sussex as the only side with 3 wins. 96 for 3. Others may join them tomorrow, and that's outside the off stump.
Message from Tim Waghorn. Thank you for that, Tim. Adding to the messages for your time commentating. You've been the soundtrack to many summers.
As this next delivery just played up into the offside by Critchley, treated with respect.
From the grim losing streaks to more recent successes that
Yeah.
once seemed impossible. Thank you for your care, consistency and good humour through it all. You'll be much missed.
Here's Patel again, bowls, and there's a pull shot from Critchley for another run. Takes it down to 4 to win, so just the boundary now, 97 for 3. Round about tea time on day 3 here at Chelmsford, an extraordinary day. A game that at the start of the day you thought, well, this is going to go well into the 4th day. But Essex, after losing their last 2 wickets, bowling Leicestershire out for 60. And that one is just driven up to Holland at mid-on. There's no run.
Tim says, shame about the current match, but the Foxes fans have certainly been through worse. And this is true, so everything in context.
Cook 4 for 19 and Snater 4 for 12. Porter took 2 as well. That's driven up towards mid-off. There's no run here. That's the end of the over. So 4 to win on a pleasant afternoon here with some very warm weather coming up. But Essex will be pleased with their return from these 2 home fixtures, which they knew they had to win both really to have a chance of mounting any sort of challenge at the top of the table. And we think it's hard to say at the moment with so many games still going on, but we think they'll be up around about 3rd stroke 4th by the time we get to close of play tomorrow. 97 for 3. And Patel bowls, and that's driven away for a quick single up towards Hull. He bowled very nicely earlier on. A couple of wickets. That single takes Critchley along to 36, 98 for 3, and 3 runs needed to win. As this next one just played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. This is picked up by Patel in his follow through. Bowls again just going back into his crease here. Allison, who's played very well for 32, just steers that up into the offside, looking to pick his moment for the 4 to win the game. But Patel, to his credit, hasn't offered that ball yet. Patel bowls again, floats that one up, and it's driven away, and it's stopped nicely actually by Patel in his follow through. It was quite firmly struck, that, but he's possibly saved a boundary if it had gone past him. 98 for 3. As this is just clipped away for a single out towards deep mid-wicket, takes the target down to 2. 99 for 3. These 2 have been together since 27 for 3, when Leicestershire briefly, with 3 very quick wickets, just threatened to do something remarkable. But they always needed another 100 runs. This is played defensively up toward mid-off. Tight over from Patel, treated with due respect, and that completes the over. And I think we can say something that we very rarely get to say, and that's surely Sussex are going to be made to follow on, because they've been bowled out for 204 by Yorkshire, and they're 282 behind them with only 4 sessions left. Surely that will be a follow on, so that's something that doesn't happen often. 99 for 3.
You would, I think, still put good money on them saving it, but even so.
Good effort by Yorkshire. Here's start of the new over from Patel. It's played up towards mid-wicket, and once again there's no run. So these 2 have done a good job. Allison is on strike. Is he going to hit the winning runs here with a slip in? It's Rishi Patel, the former Essex player, with 2 to win, bowls, and this is driven for the first of those up towards mid-on, and the scores are level. On a dramatic 3rd day. It feels like we've had a full day's cricket, doesn't it, Richard? But we've only had 2 sessions.
We've got squeeze an awful lot into it.
Yeah.
15 wickets.
Started with Essex 8 down. We lost the last 2. Took all 10. bowled Leicestershire out for 60, left themselves with 101 to win, and they've only got to get one more of those runs now as Patel bowls, and this will be the run, though, was it not? Because actually they thought they were going to set off, but actually nice piece of work there at backward point, just made sure it wasn't quite there. So Budginger, who a long time ago in this game played very, very nicely in that first innings, 100 for 3, and this one just played up towards mid-on, and treating these spinners with a great deal of respect.
Well, they don't want to get out, do
No,
they?
that's not past the reason, I guess.
I suspect I'd be treated with respect.
Here's Patel again, 1 to win, and this is played gently up towards cover, and there's no run. But from Leicestershire's point of view, we wait to see what happens when the sides meet again at Grace Road. It'll be an interesting match. Essex's first championship visit there for a long time, 10 years, and that's hit through the offside by Critchley, and Essex have won at tea time or thereabouts on day 3, an extraordinary third day to this match. A game that was more or less level pegging at the start of the day, but Leicestershire were bowled out for 60, having taken a first innings lead of 40 themselves, 4 wickets for Cook, 4 wickets for Shane Snater, and they've knocked off that target of 101 for the loss of 3 wickets. It was 27 for 3, and they finished up at 104 for 3.
Well played, Essex, and again, something of a lesson for Leicestershire. I say lesson, they know what it's like in this division, and they know they can't be off for an hour, let alone a session, as they were this morning, and consequently much to think about when it comes to renewing the championship matches. It'll be a different approach on Friday, obviously for the T20s, but it'll be a slightly bruised Leicestershire dressing room that troop off. For myself, just again to say thank you to the Leicestershire supporters, many of whom have been in touch, and I will miss you all very much, and my colleagues in the commentary boxes up and down the country. But for me,
Well,
bye-bye.
I'm just going to say, Richard, I know our colleagues around the country have been paying tribute to you, and I would just like to join that tribute and wish you all the well, all the best for what lies ahead. It's been great working with you. Sorry it wasn't for longer today,
No, it hasn't,
but
yeah.
it's been great working with you, and I just join all our colleagues around the country in the warm and correctly the warm tributes that very, very good tributes that they paid to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard Ray, thank you. And that is it for this first batch of Championship cricket. And well, it'll resume again in June, briefly, for a couple of rounds, and then of course we're in earnest in August with 6 rounds in very quick succession. But good news for Essex, disappointment for Leicestershire. Essex have won by 7 wickets, and they'll be nudging up the table by 2 or 3 places come this time tomorrow, and will be in a much better position than they were this time a couple of weeks ago. That's it. Dick Davis, thank you very much. Richard Alarm and myself, Nick Laird-Hill, thanks for listening. Thanks especially to Richard Ray. And we'll speak to you soon with the T20 starting on Friday.